Aboriginal land. Their sovereignty was never ceded. I also want to tip my hat to the old men and women, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander mentors that I myself had growing up, because among many other incredibly valuable lessons that I learned from them, they taught me about the importance of stories, and I wouldn't be here giving this presentation to you today without them. I also want to thank all of the sponsors who have made this possible. It has been amazing to be able to come from Melbourne to Perth to do this, already to meet so many awesome people, and it would not be possible without all of the sponsors. You've kind of got the introduction there. That's me. My name is Dawn. My day job is I'm an engineer at Enabler. We are a tiny little consultancy in Melbourne. We love solving DevOps and cloudy type problems. That's what I do in my day job. If you want to know more about that, you can ask me more. But the reason that I'm here speaking to all of you today is because I am an accidental accessibility advocate. We're going to get back to that one. As Hannah said, outside of work, I am an occasional author and kitchen alchemist. Sometimes that ends really well, sometimes doesn't. I am also a raging sports ball fan, hence that picture and this being me in Boston Bruins clothing. That's a hockey team for the record. So, the accidental accessibility advocate bit. The last two words of that are very easy to understand. The accidental is a bit less so. And in order to explain that, I need to take you on a little bit of a tour. And we are going to start that tour in the UK with this excellent disabled toilet, which is down a set of stairs. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to take a wheelchair down a set of stairs. Do not recommend. Over in New Zealand, much closer to home, we do actually have a ramp to be able to get into this building. But unfortunately for the poor power chair user who's currently sitting and staring at it, it is blocked off by a couple of large orange traffic cones. Again, if you want to get into the building, not absolutely conducive to that. And finally, the place where I conceive this talk and the place where I live, in Melbourne, we have these exaloos around the place, space-age public toilets, if you will. And the reason why these made it into a talk about accidental accessibility advocacy is because they have a cleaning cycle which runs. And that is indicated by a large light which will go on in the cubicle of the toilet. There is also a panel in the toilet which explains that when the large light goes on, you should vacate because it's about to start its cleaning cycle. That panel is translated into Braille. Braille, blind people, light. Doesn't quite compute there. So, before I get on, let's define a few important terms. To begin with, disability, by the Australian definition, is a continuing condition which restricts everyday activities. A continuing condition means that it's likely to last for 6 months or more. The restricting everyday activities bit is fairly self-explanatory. Then there's accessibility, and that's the degree to which an activity can be done by everyone. Now, this is not just about disability. One case study that I like to use here is from about December 2009, if anyone remembers HP's racist webcam, where a black gentleman had gone out and bought himself a state-of-the-art HP laptop, which had a wonderful web camera which was supposed to be able to do facial recognition, except it couldn't until he got his white coworker to test it. And then there's adaptive technology, and those are tools that disabled people use to improve access. That can be exceptionally low tech. This, my walking stick, is a piece of adaptive technology. Wheelchairs are adaptive technology. Some things that we use in architecture, like ramps, can be part of adaptive technology. But in the broader sense, in terms of technical pieces of adaptive technology, we're talking here about things like screen readers, things like adaptive and augmentative communication, things which are essentially attached to a computer. And, warning, this is where we get political for a minute. Excuse me, as I get back to the right slide. There are broadly two different ways that we can define disability: the medical model and the social model. The medical model of disability holds that disability itself is a problem, that disability is something that we should try to resolve, something that we should try to cure. And that is illustrated here by this clip art blob in a wheelchair being comforted by a vaguely doctor-looking clip art blob. On the other hand, the social model holds that it's not so much disability that's the problem, it's accessibility. That we shouldn't be trying to change people, we should be trying to change the world around them to make it easier to navigate. And when that goes well, that's illustrated by things like adaptive sports that we have over here. You know, these people who are playing sports in wheelchairs look perfectly happy doing. And I wouldn't want to dismiss the medical model entirely, because there are some great interventions that have come out of that. But for the purposes of the work that we're doing, the way that I would suggest that we look at this is through the lens of the social model. We want to try to modify the environment to make it easier for people to use. And if you're here, I feel pretty confident in saying that this is part of your job. So to illustrate that, let's look at a few case studies of how this goes well and how this goes badly. This is arngren.net, and I didn't have to look very hard to find this. It's on a great many list of top 10 worst websites ever. And it's visually very cluttered. You can see that, I mean, it would probably make more sense to me if I spoke Norwegian, but you've got a bunch of pictures here which are all very confused. You've got a bunch of colors. There's not really a whole lot of structure to it. And it would not surprise you that if you try to navigate arngren.net with a screen reader, you're going to have a great deal of difficulty doing it, because that structure that's replicated, that structure that we see here visually, is replicated in the lack of structure that you get when trying to navigate it with a screen reader. There's a hell of a lot of red and green here, and that's really difficult for colorblind people. Unsurprisingly, many of the images here don't actually have alt text, and it's also not clear which images are tied to which links because of the lack of structure. And then there's distinctive design. This is Ling's Cars, and you may or may not believe this, but this is actually one of the most successful car leasing businesses in the United Kingdom. And it is built around the brand of Ling Valentine, the owner. And the brand is obvious. Ling's face is animated. The tongue with the British flag on it is animated. The traffic lights are animated. And my favorite bit, which I couldn't get into this screenshot from when I originally took it, was the gif of Boris Johnson shrugging, used to illustrate the Boris Brexit guarantee, that if the UK left the EU, the cost of leasing your car would not go up. But if you want to build a distinctive website like this, there are a lot of considerations that go into it. You have to think about things like that text across the top. That's not text, that's actually clip art. So it's not necessarily going to be immediately apparent that that's the launching point of your page. And you also need to then add alt text to it. You can have issues with backgrounds, making it difficult for people to navigate things. You know, there is a lot of alt text that has gone into this website, but when I originally looked at it, there wasn't a lot of it there. There were a lot of scenarios where pictures were used to illustrate things without something that would be backed up by a screen reader. And if you have photosensitivity problems, you are not going to have fun trying to navigate this site. Then there's an example of good design, and this is one that probably a lot of us use every day, and that is GitHub. GitHub does a few things really well that are not necessarily intuitive. To start with, if you look at that top bar over there, you can see that you've got the GitHub logo, the search bar, but then next to it, you've actually got pull requests, issues, marketplace, explore. And those are easy anchors for screen reader users to be able to get to the areas of GitHub that they might frequently use. GitHub is very, very good about not just conveying information with color. The layout is quite easy to understand visually. It scales very well. And this is actually a screenshot of the NVDA repo, the free and open source screen reader for Windows. And the people who developed NVDA migrated it over to GitHub because they found that for their users, the vast majority of whom are screen reader users, GitHub was a very easy way for them to submit bugs. If you want to do this well, there are a bunch of resources for it. The Web Content Accessibility Guides are sort of the canonical resource. But if you find those too difficult, or if you're doing this for the first time and you want something that's a bit easier to understand, the Accessibility Project has produced a checklist where you can just go down the checklist and it conveys it all to you in a much simpler manner. And you can pretty much just tick boxes to work out, do you actually follow the guidelines? One thing that I don't talk very much about in this talk is designing for intellectual and cognitive disabilities, but the main resource that you're going to want for that is the US Federal Plain Language Guidelines. These are published by the US government, and they provide you instructions on how to use plain, clear English, which is going to be easier for people with intellectual and cognitive disabilities to understand. And there's a blind lady called Christy Veers who produced a video which went viral on Twitter showing how she uses her iPhone. And this, I think, is a really important thing for people to see. Not because, well, because it shows you what's possible when you think outside the box and when you design these things taking into account a wide variety of different perspectives. The iPhone has Braille keyboards. It has a great number of haptic touch features which deliver data that you would usually only get visually. In the resources for accessible design, there's a web page which links to a whole list of different resources. I'm going to call out a few of them here that I think are important. And the first one is the ACTS Core Accessibility Testing Library. Now, this is very important for accessibility because it is entirely open source and it's what Google's accessibility checker and a lot of other similar things are built on. The Color Oracle desktop filter is a very important one for color blindness, and the reason why I'm calling this tool out specifically is there are a bunch of browser extensions that you can get, but the Color Oracle desktop filter is the only one that will allow you to plug it into desktop applications as well. So if you're developing a desktop application rather than a web application, that's a very useful tool. If you want to test what you're doing with a screen reader, the Paciello Group, one of the very early accessibility consultancies, produced a list of basic screen reader commands for pretty much all of the common screen readers. And you can just get those up on a computer and try them out yourself. Additionally, the researchers at the University of Maryland produced the photosensitive epilepsy analysis tool a few years ago. And that one is really important because photosensitive epilepsy is a disability that we can't ask people to test for. If you're asking people to test for that and they have a seizure, that's potentially going to be threatening to their health or in the worst case, threatening to their life. So the researchers at the University of Maryland produced this tool, which basically allows you to check the contrast and animations on your website to ensure that they're not going to be a problem for people with photosensitive epilepsy. Now, guidelines are great. Guidelines are a really good starting point, but guidelines do not tell the whole story. This really comes down to that often misused adage of the 80-20 principle. And I'll sum it up like this. The vast majority of accessibility issues that you might run into can be very easily solved by looking at and understanding the guidelines. But there are some accessibility issues that the guidelines don't cover, and there are situations where the guidelines are misleading. In those sorts of scenarios, what you want to do is make sure that you have a clear and understandable path for people who have those issues to come to you, report them, and get them to the right people so that they are going to be actioned. And with most accessibility talks, this is the point at which the person giving the talk would explain to you how to solve one particular problem in one particular language for one particular scenario. This is not one of that talks, and the reason for that is because I think it's often very instructive to look at the ways that people do this wrong, so that we can learn from them and hopefully not repeat the mistakes. This is Atlassian Confluence, and my assumption is that the vast majority of the people in the audience here have used Atlassian Confluence before. For those of you who haven't, it's basically a shared documentation wiki. So you've got a test space here, you've got a bunch of data, you can click around it, you can go in and create pages, and when you click the button to create a page, you get something back that looks a bit like this. And that looks fine, right? But we're going to go back and look at that again, because despite the fact that this page was created in my test space, which you can see because my name is up there, I actually wasn't the person who created it. It was created by someone called Matthew Gregory. And at the time that I first gave this talk, Matt was my manager. So why was it that Matt was the person who was creating this page and not me? Well, that would be your answer. Because when I went into Confluence back in the day and I tried to create pages, what I would get is that the button there would be cut off the bottom of the screen, which meant that I could not navigate to it, which meant that I could not create pages. Oops. So you can actually scroll the options within the Confluence pop-up, and Atlassian have done a bit of work in fixing this since, but what this essentially meant at the time was that if you were using a magnified screen for particular configurations, because you couldn't scroll the whole screen to see the whole pop-up, you just wouldn't be able to create pages at all, or you would have to learn how to tab navigate your way around blind without screen reader cues to be able to do it. And that pretty much meant that that was a piece of work that I just offloaded onto my colleagues every time I needed to create a page. I called someone over and I went, hey, can you come do this for me, please? So how do we improve it? Well, you want to make sure that your UI elements are all scrollable and that nothing is cut off by the bottom of the screen. So you want to set it up so that it's not just, scrolling the options within the pop-up, that the whole page there is scrollable. You want to make sure that you test your pop-up windows for accessibility. So looking at things like, do they block out other elements of the user interface? If someone is using a zoomed-in screen or a screen reader, can they actually navigate their way around this pop-up window without losing focus, without things being cut off the bottom of the screen? And the best way to deal with it is you zoom it up yourself, or you find a visually impaired person and you get them to test it for you. And that will very quickly show you where a lot of those issues are going to be. I need a human screen reader. Now, I was not the person who said this. The person who said I need a human screen reader was my friend's grandmother. She is unfortunately now deceased. She was a lovely person, and later on in life, due to a degenerative disease, she became blind. Now, she was quite religious, and she used the Patheos website, which billed itself as hosting the conversation on faith, to keep in touch with her religious community when she was no longer able to easily go to church. And when she started using Patheos many, many years ago, it looked like this. And visually, that site is not too bad. It was also not all that bad to navigate with a screen reader. It wasn't perfect, but you could see where things were. You could relatively easily navigate your way around most of it. And it was fairly apparent what was going on where. They'd also designed it in such a way that you didn't have auto-playing videos and cluttered pop-ups which would come up and block your view of part of the page. Until in late 2017, early 2018, Patheos went through a redesign. And at the end of the redesign, their website looked like this. And I can't show you the accessibility issues with their website, because some of the problems that they had were so bad that at the time I was originally putting this talk together, a lot of the major browsers released a feature that blocked a lot of these obnoxious pop-ups on site. The beginning of that text there, advertisement, I wasn't using an ad blocker when I did this, that was just blocked. But back in the day, when my friend's grandmother was trying to use this website, what would happen was she would tab around and suddenly she would find herself in an ad pop-up, or there would be auto-playing videos that were talking over her screen reader, which meant that she couldn't hear the cues that she needed to navigate around the website. And that made her feel something like this. She was not happy, she was not very pleased, and she no longer used the Patheos website. If you want an example of this closer to home, Coles, the big supermarket chain, got sued by a screen reader user because their website for online ordering was not accessible with a screen reader. And Coles ended up settling that lawsuit. And one of the stipulations of the settlement was that Coles actually had to make sure that their online website was accessible to screen reader users. So if you want to have a look at someone who does this really well, Coles is it, and that's because now they know they have to do it. Oops. So the sound on auto-playing videos talks over screen readers, and when you think about the fact that screen readers are providing auditory cues to help you with the visual cues that you miss if you're vision impaired, that can be quite a big problem. But the bigger problem is that if you can't see the video on the page, you're relying on being able to hear the screen reader's triggers that will tell you how to close it. If the video is talking over the screen reader, that's not something that you're going to be able to do. And what's even worse is that some of these pop-up advertisements and auto-playing videos will actually take screen readers into an entirely new container, which acts as a new page. And then you just get a bunch of triggers that go image, 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 item, text, and so on and so forth, looping around. And if you are a screen reader user expecting to see a whole page and you don't know what's happened, that can be really confusing. To make matters worse, not all pop-ups and auto-playing videos have a dismiss button that will even work if you don't have a mouse. There are some scenarios in which you set up your whole page and you go through and you try and make sure that you can actually close things, and you find that that close trigger or that dismiss trigger just isn't visible if you're navigating via keyboard. It's not correctly placed, and that can be a really big problem. So how do we improve it? Well, it's pretty good design, just let people decide whether they want to play videos. Auto-playing videos are really annoying, and it is even more important to let users decide because of the accessibility implications of this. You also want to make it easy for keyboard navigators and screen reader users to ignore or close those pop-up elements. So make sure that the dismiss trigger is easily visible to a screen reader. Make sure that it's very early on. Make sure that it's placed in the sort of location that they would think it would be. Now, Safari has a reader mode. A lot of other browsers have reader mode extensions. There's even one you can get for the CLI, which I probably need to go back and add to the sources at some point. But what reader mode essentially does is it strips out everything on the website except for the text and the images. And that can be a really useful fallback for blind or visually impaired people because the screen reader is then going to be able to readily navigate around it. So do check to make sure that your HTML is properly formatted. Check to make sure that reader mode works the way that you would expect it to. And then put on a blindfold, cover your screen, use a screen reader yourself. It's not going to be as good as getting people who use it day to day, but you will very quickly pick up on what the issues might be when you do a direct comparison of what the screen reader gives you to what you actually get when you look at it visually. Does anyone here remember GeoCities? Cool. Yeah, we have an audience of people that remember GeoCities. For those of you who don't, GeoCities websites tended to look something like this. This is admittedly one of the less obnoxious options that I could have picked, but it's still very emblematic of what web design in that sort of era was like. We've got the word art, we've got the dancing penguin, we've got a bunch of clashing colors, we've got broken links, we've got a whole lot of text in different colors in Thai. All that we're really missing is, the line of rainbow Kirby's jumping across the top, and then it would be very much a GeoCities website. GeoCities is dead. Yahoo bought it, and they killed it off in March of 2019. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, a lot of the people who came into web design in the era where GeoCities was state of the art now actually have quite a lot of creative control over their own websites. And many of them have incorporated some of these elements of the GeoCities era into their corporate websites, which is essentially the equivalent of taking your very productive business's fancy corporate website, we are very amazing and we will show you why, and putting a Nyan cat across the top of it, which is not something that I'm going to recommend unless whatever your business is very, very niche. I have a friend who has photosensitive epilepsy, and she works in the IT industry. Several years ago, she had an encounter with one of these enterprising designers from the GeoCities era. She heard about this particular tech company, and she wanted to see what they were all about, and so she went to their website. And what she encountered there was a giant strobing pink element that took up the top 2/3 of her screen, which pretty much immediately caused her to have a seizure. And the end result of that was that the enterprising designer had a phone call which I really suspect that he probably didn't want to be on the other end of. Oops. So, flashing, flickering, and strobing effects are one of the major causes of seizures. And if you're a video game player and you get games in physical boxes, if you flip over to the back of the game, quite often they have that little bit of text there that says, hey, there's a flashing, flickering, and strobing warning here. If you're photosensitive, you want to be careful about playing this. That's what that is for. And it's much more severe generally if you're looking at saturated reds, pinks, oranges, and really high contrast effects. So if you're strobing something from pink to white or red to white, that's going to be much more of a problem than a tiny little animation in the corner that's going dark blue to dark green. Particularly because photosensitive epilepsy is a spectrum from mild to severe. At the milder end, it's quite easy to work out, but my friend, being one of the more severe cases, runs into this more often than she should. And so you've got to be aware then of what the parameters are that you're dealing with. So how do we improve it? Well, to begin with, if you can, you want to avoid using those flashing, flickering, and strobing effects. If you do need to use them, the two changes that you want to make are you want to make sure that they are low contrast, and you want to make sure that they're as small as possible. That flashing from dark blue to dark green in the corner is not going to be nearly as much of a problem as the giant strobing pink element that takes up the top 2/3 of your page. And if you can avoid it, don't use particularly saturated reds and pinks, and also sometimes oranges, for those sorts of flashing effects. If you really want to do this well and you have a website where you absolutely have to have animation on it, give users the option to disable and enable it at will. That's the sort of thing that's really useful for scenarios like Ling's cars, because it means that if you have people who have those sorts of photosensitivity issues, they can still actually access your website, even if it's not quite in the way that you might have intended. Now, there is actually a certain amount of precedent for disabled people being involved in integrated sports. And that can be everything from kids playing in the schoolyard to Olympic champions like Reito Ildiko, the Hungarian fencer, and Im Dong-hyun, the Korean archer. But for this specific case study, I want to look at a more modern version of sports. We're going to look at esports, specifically League of Legends. This is, for those of you who are not into video games, pretty much a computerized tower defense. You have teams of 5 people, and they're trying to defend a tower. Each of the people on those 5 teams can pick characters or champions that have different abilities. And League of Legends has a really thriving professional scene. You can actually make a decent living playing League of Legends professionally if you're very good at it. Several years ago, the creators of League of Legends introduced a new champion called Tahm Kench. And this is the titular catfish. You can see there, red fish on the left and green fish on the right. Tahm Kench had a mechanic that no other character in the game had had before, and that mechanic is called grey health. And this is where we find out how many colorblind people are in the audience today. Because for those of you who are not colorblind, if you have a look at that on the red side, you can see that there's a chunk of the health bar that's red, then there's a big chunk of the health bar that's gray, and that's essentially acting as a shield, which means that at this point, Tahm Kench is unkillable. And then on the right-hand side, you've got that little bit which is kind of shaded out red, and that's the health that he's lost. But if I put a color blindness filter over that, particularly on the left side, the red side, which is the enemy side, that's suddenly not so clear. And given that somewhere between 8 and 10% of the population, mostly men, are colorblind, it was inevitable that with teams of 5, you were eventually going to have a tweet like this from a professional player. If you didn't know, I'm colorblind, along with 2 other members of my team. All 3 of us can't see what health he's at in colorblind mode, he being Tahm Kench here. Again, these are professional players. This is something that they need to be able to do their job. Oops. So most colorblind people can't tell the difference between red and green, but as you can see there from the colorblind filter, the other crucial bit of information here is the contrast between colors. If you can't distinguish the difference between particular colors, you're going to use that contrast to see, is this what I think it is or is it not? Because what you basically get with colors that colorblind people can't see is they'll generally look some variation of gray, black, brown, or black, or they'll be ambiguous. And the way that we improve this to start with is by using a contrast checker to make sure that elements are going to be viewable to people with all different types of color blindness. And I'm not just talking about red and green color blindness here, which are the most common types. You will also need to design for blue color blindness and people with no color vision at all. Slack does this really well. Slack for many years has had accessibility themes for protanopia and deuteranopia, so red-green color blindness, but also for tritanopia, which is blue. GitHub is another one that more recently has done that very well. And even if you have a colorblind mode, particularly if you're just designing for red and green colorblindness, try putting a filter over it, get people to test it, and make sure that it actually does what you think it would do. Riot Games, the creators of League of Legends, to their credit, did actually fix this quite quickly when it came to their attention, but it's that sort of user acceptance testing that can often pick up those issues before they get to production. And if you're building a colorblind mode for something, you want to try and make sure that you're using meaningful icons or meaningful information to indicate different elements and states, not just color. If what you're getting is, we're using a square, a circle, and a rectangle to try to tell the difference between these things, that's not much better. Whereas if you've got a great big tick, it's going to be apparent what it means whether it's green or not. It's 2020 round 3, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but if we cast our mind back a few years to 2020 round 1, before the whole COVID pandemic thing happened, you might remember, I certainly do, in Melbourne, we had pretty extensive bushfires which blanketed quite a lot of the country in smoke. And through bushfires and through the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of people became aware of different aspects of accessibility that they hadn't been aware of before. And one of these was sign language interpreters, because every time we had the Prime Minister or a Premier or a Chief Health Officer or someone from the emergency services coming onto our televisions giving broadcasts, there was always an Australian Sign Language interpreter next to them. And that was to ensure that for people where sign language is their first language, they were able to get that information conveyed to them in a timely manner in case they needed to evacuate or to make sure that they knew what health orders were changing. But sign language interpretation is not the only way to make things accessible to people who are deaf or hard of hearing. You also want to look at things like captions, and a lot of people will do that using automated captioning solutions, which can be great until they're not, as illustrated by this tweet from Cal Montgomery, a disability activist based out of the US. If you value us equally and want us to participate fully, we need full access to the Pulse briefing with enough lead time to absorb it. That chance is gone for this year, which means that you have just sabotaged your own legislative agenda by leaving advocates unprepared. Now, Cal here was referring to one of the biggest disability organizations in the US, who had run an event, the Pulse briefing, and if you're wondering what Pulse means, that's how the automated captioning solution that they said was adequate for people to access that briefing rendered the term policy. The rest of the transcript of the briefing was similarly garbled. Now, that's actually not that hard to solve. It just requires a bit of human review afterwards. And one group of people that do this really well are the podcast This American Life, which is backed by National Public Radio in the US. They do have a note on their website that says This American Life is produced for the ear and designed to be heard. But they produce transcripts which are run through an automated transcription engine and then corrected manually by human captioners. And what that means is that if you are deaf, if you are hard of hearing, or if you have auditory processing issues or for any other reason are text reliant, you can go through and read through that transcript and it will provide you with all of the information. One group of people that don't do this quite so well are Guardian Australia, and this is relevant because they produced one of the better sources of information in audio form about what was actually going on in terms of health roundups and things during the COVID-19 pandemic. But their approach to transcribing things can be described with this headline here, Guardian Podcasts, Why No Transcripts? That is to say that their approach is to not transcribe anything at all. Which means that if you are deaf or hard of hearing or otherwise text reliant, you cannot actually access any of the material that Guardian Australia produces in audio form. Oops. And this is also important because text reliant people aren't necessarily deaf or hard of hearing. Autistic people, people with ADHD, people with sensory processing disorders, people who are on a busy train and want to be able to read information rather than listening to it. People with disorders like tinnitus, which affect the hearing in situational manners, are all going to find themselves text reliant at some point or another, even if it's not all the time. So how do we improve it? You want to provide transcripts for any spoken audio on your website, and you want to make sure that you caption any videos. But do bear in mind that automated transcription software is not a complete solution. If you get a human to correct the transcription before it's published, you're going to produce something that people can actually access. And the captions which were done by Netflix for Stranger Things sort of made their way around the internet multiple times because they did a lot of other things really well in terms of describing changes in vocal tone and background noise. If you're producing particularly video content or complex video content, that's really important. Hacking an artificial pancreas. Now, that can be read in two different ways. We can talk about hacking together an artificial pancreas, or we can talk about hacking into an artificial pancreas. But this case study actually covers both. This is a Medtronic Mini-Med insulin pump. It is used by people who are insulin dependent with diabetes. Basically, the pump sits just under your skin, you plug it in, and it delivers insulin at regular intervals without you having to inject yourself. That's really good for a lot of people. There's also been another recent invention of the constant blood glucose monitor. And that, again, similarly sits just below your skin, provides information on what your blood glucose is all the time. And these Medtronic Mini-Med insulin pumps had a really interesting security flaw, which resulted in a lot of people with diabetes hunting them down, because what you could do is there was an unsecured radio frequency, which was used by the remotes, but you could also hook that up with a bridge between it and a little bit of open source code to a constant blood glucose monitor and have the insulin pump react and deliver insulin at various intervals based on that. But the problem is that security flaws always come with other issues, and the fact that you could hook in via this piece of source code also meant that your Medtronic Mini-Med insulin pump was potentially vulnerable to hacker attacks, which is not great because that allows you to actually modify the amount of insulin that you give to someone. So the FDA, the drug regulator in the US, were made aware of this, and they went away and issued an alert on it. But there were a few enterprising hacker types in the healthcare industry who didn't think that they were taking this very seriously. So they got out their phones and they did a little bit of coding, and they produced an Android app which you could use to hook into that really common frequency on any Medtronic Mini-Med insulin pump in the immediate vicinity, and either entirely withhold insulin from its user or deliver a lethal dose of insulin immediately, which finally resulted in Medtronic recalling their vulnerable Mini-Med insulin pumps. Oh dear. And this is where we get into the fact that accessibility is not just about web accessibility. In some scenarios, security issues and many other types of issues can actually be accessibility problems. Medical devices, you're dealing with people's lives. It's really important. And what's more problematic is that if you're regulated by an external organization like the FDA, you may not hear about these issues quickly. In some scenarios, you may not actually hear about them at all. So how do we improve this? You want to start by considering the possible attack vectors. A lot of this is just good basic security. Get a good pen testing company in, particularly hardware pen testers for stuff like medical devices, before your device goes to market. And make sure that if people notify you about security vulnerabilities, you respond promptly. Because the really sad thing about this use case is that unintended users can actually be a business opportunity. And Medtronic weren't the ones that ended up capitalizing on it. There were a couple of different companies who saw these issues and produced secure insulin pumps, which were set up properly, which you could use to hook into derivatives of that original source code on a secure channel to produce your closed-loop insulin delivery system. And this is where we get to my favorite case study of the bunch, because this is another one that concerns me. I have been giving this talk since 2019. And when I realized that I was going to be talking to people a lot about accessibility, when I became an accidental accessibility advocate, I went, okay, I've got to find some way of making sure that I know about what is going on in the accessibility world. And one way that I did that was through my LinkedIn feed. So I was looking at a lot of information about accessibility. I was following the accessibility hashtag. And one day, I was going through my LinkedIn feed and a post popped up saying, there's an accessibility consultant that's giving a talk about accessibility on this date, at this time, at this venue. And I went, great, cool. I know some things about accessibility. I know quite a lot about the things that are directly applicable to me, as well as more about the things that are applicable to my friends, people that I know. But there's always something that you can learn from scenarios like this. So I go along, I get off work at 4:30, I take the train to the venue to see this. That's a set of stairs. But that wasn't the only set of stairs to get into the building. There were, in fact, 3 similar sets of stairs, that one and 2 more after the glass door, to get to the lift, which would then take you up to where the event was being held. And I described this to a couple of friends of mine as being like a Roomba, just sitting at the bottom of a set of stairs, repeatedly shouting error 406, which, for those of you who are not well versed in HTML error codes, means not acceptable. So I get up there, I listened to the whole talk, and I had basically crawled up. I basically crawled up the last flight of stairs to get there. And I said to the accessibility consultant, does it strike you as ironic that you're giving a talk about web accessibility in a venue that's inaccessible? And he looks at me and he goes, you know, I hadn't really thought about that. And I don't think that I need to explain the irony here, but we're going to do the post-mortem anyway. So if you're running events, and full credit to DDD Perth here because they've done a brilliant job of this, you want to make sure that your venues are wheelchair accessible. You want to make sure that they have disabled bathrooms. So many times I have gone to events to find that the disabled bathrooms are on a different floor, or they're locked, or no one knows where they are, or you've got to go and talk to security to actually get the key. But there are more advanced types of things that you can do which help people with a variety of different disabilities. So you want to look at things like providing quiet spaces for people, which again is something that DDD Perth has done. And making sure that there is a lot of different adaptive technology around. So sign language interpreters. If you've got hearing loops, one of my friends has been hard of hearing basically her whole life, went and got fitted with a hearing aid in her 40s. And she called me up and she said, Dawn, I am so happy because for the first time I can hear the announcements at the train station when I turn on my hearing aid and I plug it into the hearing loop. And things like, you know, audio descriptions of slides, you'll see as I go through this talk, I've tried to describe everything that's on the slides as I go. But what's really important here is making sure that you include people with disabilities in discussions about accessibility. And if you don't know where the people with disabilities are, the question that you need to ask yourself, and again, this is not just applicable to disability, is who's not in the room and why aren't they here? Because sometimes the reason why they aren't here is going to be as simple as 3 flights of stairs into the venue. So, to recap, accessibility benefits everyone, not just disabled people. And you can do this really well by building accessibility into your design principles from the start. But it's not just about the web accessibility piece. Other issues like security risks can also be accessibility issues. You need to make an individualized assessment based on what it is that you're trying to do. Excuse me, my slides are stuffing up again. Thorough testing is really important, and the best case scenario is that you can get adaptive technology users to test your software themselves, but if you can't, think about the things that disabled people might need to do differently. And most importantly, regardless of whether they have accessibility needs or not, listen to your users. I do want to give a couple of thanks to Melissa, my former colleague, who did the fancy corporate website mock-ups for me, Matt for the Atlassian Confluence screenshots, and my friend Annie, who produced the accessibility room bar drawing. We're not going to have time for questions. I'll be around. I have colored hair. I'm not hard to find. Come find me. My email is up there. There's also a link there to a GitHub repo, which has all of the talks that I've previously done, and I've done a million different talks on accessibility. But it was amazing to be here to do this in person for a group of people for the first time. And thank you all so much for coming on this journey with me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because
I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Of what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
And I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Huh. Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink Beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Hello, hello. Hope everyone's feeling fed and watered and coffeed and fruit and all the rest that was out there. It was a good morning tea. Delighted to introduce you guys to Hayley Stewart. She's going to talk to us today, but first let me give you a bit of her background. Hayley is a developer and educator and has been teaching others to code for as long as she's been coding herself. She's a firm believer that anyone can learn to code, and proves it by dedicating a lot of her working and personal life to helping improve diversity in the tech industry. She has extensive experience in writing resources and teaching workshops about computer science and programming for all ages and experience levels. Hayley currently works at Envato, where she trains apprentice developers and prepares them for joining their first team as a fully fledged developer. So if our friends here would like to take their seats, I will hand over to you, Hayley. Take it away.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Haere mai, ata Māori, kia ora koutou. So that's welcome, good morning, hello. My name is Hayley. An FYI, my pronouns are she, her. And today I'm going to be speaking on the topic of paying it forward. So if you didn't read the blurb and you just thought, oh, what a cool title, I'll go to this one, or I'm standing next to this room, I'll just walk in. Today I am going to be presenting on how do you continue to progress and develop and upskill in your own career while at the same time dedicating time to helping others do the same, who may be at a lower experience level than yourselves. Because this is what I've been doing for most of my career. So I'm going to go into that in a moment, but before we do go any further, I would really like for us to just pause and to acknowledge the traditional custodians on the land which we are gathered on today. So today in this room, we're standing on Whadjuk Noongar Boodja, and I want to extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here and online today, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. The hundreds of Indigenous groups who continue to exist in this land have never ceded their sovereignty. And I want to acknowledge not just that I happen to be standing on Whadjuk land, but that we are all standing on Indigenous land. But you can probably hear in my accent that I did not grow up here. I'm from the Manawatu, back home in Aotearoa, so I'd also like to acknowledge the heritage of the land in which I grew up and pay respects to the iwi that have lived and do still live on that land. And I'd encourage you to just take this moment to also consider the people of the culture and the culture of the land that you grew up on also. I'd also love to give a shout out to all of our sponsors, and also they're not on this slide, but I'm also going to give a shout out to SheCodes who are running a coding workshop today. So if you have a moment, I totally encourage you to drop in and see what's going on there because it should be lots of fun. But what are we talking about today in this room? So I want to talk to you a little bit about my career journey because it's not probably the most typical career journey you would take to become a developer. And then from there, we're going to go into how did all the teaching and mentoring that I've done help me to become a better developer? And from that, what are the tips and tricks that I've learned to help you become an effective teacher or mentor while you're also working as a dev or just in tech in general? And how does all of this come together to help us improve the diversity in our industry? So let me tell you a little bit about my career and where I am today. So at the moment, I am a senior engineer and developer mentor at Envato. Has anybody heard of Envato? Yeah, we've got shocking brand recognition. We're trying to do something about it. But basically, we sell, we provide stock footage or photos or fonts or presentations. We basically create and sell creative stock. So even if you haven't heard of us, you have definitely seen us being used. And we support thousands of authors around the world who might be photographers or make really cool animations and whatnot, and we sell what they create on our platforms. And so far we have paid millions and millions of dollars towards authors, and we have supported thousands and thousands of creators. So we are big on community, which is probably why I work there, because their values align really closely to mine. But also I work there because I have a really cool job. So I am a developer mentor, which means that we hire apprentice developers and they get to spend 9 months with me or another developer mentor just training and learning how to become an effective developer on a delivery team at Envato. And then they get hired into a team at Envato of their choice, and then we take 2 new apprentices and they get to hang out with the developer mentor and do the same. And this program has existed at Envato for about 5 years now, and I just joined about 6 months ago to help grow the program. So we're going to circle back to that in a little bit. So my career journey. I have been in tech for about 9 years, which I think is really impressive because I'm only 25. And so in that 9 years, I have had the same goals for basically the whole time. One of them was I wanted to feel confident in my role as a developer. I got into tech when I was 16, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I definitely knew that I didn't know what I was doing. And so I've spent a lot of my career just wanting one day to feel confident and like I do know what I'm doing. And I think it's only like maybe 6 months ago when I joined Envato that I finally started to actually feel confident in that, yeah, I am actually a developer. But the other goal that I've had in my career is I want and have done a lot of work towards helping other women to get into our industry in technical roles in particular. And the reason that I've had this goal is because every time I joined a dev team or worked at a tech company, I would love it. I would have so much fun being a developer. But over time, I would just get more and more bitter about how many men are on my team and how few women are on the team. And so I would then bounce back to working in education. So I've spent about half of my career in education, half of my career in tech. And I don't mean that I went and got a degree in teaching and I taught in schools. That's not what I did. I've worked with companies like SheCodes to just mentor other women in tech of various ages, and not just at SheCodes, through various organizations. And so through that, I have mentored people who are like 5 years old, all the way up to people who are very near retirement age. So I have a lot of experience in teaching people about tech and helping people find roles in the tech industry. But this created a bit of a different kind of problem for me, and that was I've bounced between education and tech so much that I started feeling like I don't know how to build my own technical skills while I'm spending so much time focused on teaching fundamentals. because I've spent so much time teaching people up until their first role in tech, and I haven't spent any time teaching, devs who have been in the industry for like 15 years. That's just not what I do. And so throughout my career, I've had moments of imposter syndrome creep in because I think, oh, I've spent too long in education and I'm starting to not understand what my dev friends are talking about, so now I'm feeling behind, and I'd have a small panic and then I'd go back in tech. But then I'd be in tech and think, oh, there's so many dudes here and there's no women, so then I'd go back to education. And the cycle just repeated itself. So part of this was because I was feeling like, oh, I'm spending so much time teaching and I'm not really spending time working on my skills. And I had this perception that in order to become a better engineer and in order to improve my engineering skills, I had to spend a lot of time doing what I called engineering things. So for me, that was programming. And I think this makes sense. Like, the more time you spend programming, probably you're going to get better at it, and so your engineering skills are going to improve. But I realized that this is quite a narrow-minded approach to being an engineer. And so I've adapted this over the last few months from my role at Envato. I've realized that this is actually what it is to improve your skills in engineering. You've got to spend a little bit of time teaching, you've got to spend a little bit of time programming, but if you want to really rapidly improve your own skills, you've got to spend a lot of time programming and teaching. You can't just do one and expect your skills to improve. And the reason that I think I've had this realization over the last 6 months is because when I was hired at Envato, I went through the interview process to be a developer mentor, but to fit into their structure of well, how do we pay you and how do we compare you to other people? They gave me the role senior engineer. And I was so scared because I have never taken on a role that had senior in the front of it before. And I was thinking, oh my gosh, I haven't been a dev for actually that long. I don't know what I'm doing. Why did they call me a senior? They're going to find me out. I'm going to be demoted. I'm going to be fired. Like, all the imposters just came everywhere. But as soon as I started, I realized that my career in education had prepared me so well into stepping into the role of senior engineer. And I notice it in the other engineers that I work with, and I notice it in all the engineers I interact with through mentoring other programs and also through just being on other dev teams in the past. And I've realized that the engineers who have dedicated more of their career towards teaching or mentoring or generally helping somebody else in their team are the better engineers. Which shouldn't sound too shocking, but this was quite a realization that I had. So I want to unpack this a little bit, and I want us to have a little chat about how did teaching actually help me to be a better developer, and therefore how can it actually help you to be a better developer. And I'm just going to interject here. Like I said in my blurb, I'm going to use a lot of examples about engineering, but this could apply, as far as I'm concerned, to anyone in any industry doing any kind of job. Just my experiences in engineering, so that's what I'm going to roll with. So, how did teaching help me to be a better dev? I have learned that you end up with a much deeper understanding of a concept if you are bracing yourself for someone to ask you why. So if you know that you're going to learn something and next week someone's going to say, oh, why did you do that? Why did you use that? Why did you put it in that context? What would you use instead? When you know that you're going to be asked this just absolute massive pile of questions, you end up preparing for it. So when I go and learn a new concept, I don't just learn the thing and then implement it. I learn the thing, I learn what alternatives I could use instead, I learn where else I could implement this thing, I learn what the trade-offs are of this thing, and then I go ahead and actually use it. And it means that the next week when someone asks me why I did that, I'm braced for the answer. I know what I want to say. And that's entirely because the more junior someone is in their career as an engineer, the harder their questions are and the more intense the questions are and the more they just start to absolutely grill you. I've found with the more senior someone is in their career, the more, if I give a confident answer, they're just going to go, yeah, okay, and they just roll with it. Whereas a junior's going to be like, that's not good enough, I need more. And so you end up having to understand something way deeper than you would otherwise. Hopefully this one's obvious, but it really helps with communication skills. Because I cannot tell you the number of times in my career I have taught someone what a for loop is. And that doesn't sound hard, but trust me, I know this from experience. When you first start learning to code, for loops are mind-blowing. They're absolutely magical to, I'd say, 90% of the people learning them. And I'd say 50% of the people learning them do not understand the way that I've explained it the first time. And it doesn't matter which way I pick to explain it, they're not going to get it. They need to hear it a few different ways. And so through the process of teaching somebody else a particular skill, you end up explaining that same thing over and over again, but in different ways every single time. And it ends up building up to really good practice for your communication skills. So now when I'm working on a dev team and I try and explain something to somebody else, I know that I'm probably going to be able to explain it really well first time, and they're going to actually understand what I'm saying. And that's all from just practice of teaching people who ask me questions of why, but how does that work? I don't understand. It's just from practice of dealing with that for so long. It's also helped me in that I've learned that I really have to walk the walk and actually do what I tell my apprentices or my juniors or whoever. I have to do what I tell them to do. So I tell the apprentices that I work at Envato at the moment, I tell them all the time, just ask questions. Just ask the question. If you don't know something, just ask the question. But then I found that I would have a question and I would open our engineering Slack channel and think, oh, there's 150 engineers in here. I don't want to ask the question because I'm going to feel stupid and someone's going to roll their eyes like, why you ask? But I just realized, you know what, I would tell my apprentices to post this question, so I'm just going to post the question. And no one has ever messaged me saying, lol, 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 that was a dumb question. Like, that doesn't happen. What usually happens is someone says, oh, I'm following this thread because I also don't know the answer to this question. So it's really helped me to get over my fear of asking questions. Like, I just do it because I tell them to, so I should probably do the same. It's also really helped me with imposter syndrome, which is what I mentioned at the start of my talk. This is why I feel like I finally feel confident as a developer, because I've had to coach so many other people through imposter syndrome, particularly because most of my career has been focused on helping women get into tech in particular, and we're atrocious for imposter syndrome. So coaching other people through that so often, I finally started internalizing it to myself. And my internal monologue has changed from, oh, what if they find out I'm not really a senior and I don't know what I'm doing, to, they hired me as a senior, so I mustn't be. So I'll just call myself one of those now. And so the internal monologue, it's totally different now, and imposter syndrome is not really something that I struggle with anymore, except before this talk, when I was starting to freak out of, oh, what if no one comes? So thank you so much for coming. Okay. I've also become way more forgiving of my own knowledge gaps. Because when you first start teaching or mentoring someone else, especially if you're doing this, like if you're giving a presentation or a workshop or something, like I feel like your biggest fear is someone's gonna ask me a question and I'm gonna have to Google it in front of everybody. And that's really scary because what if you can't figure it out and then you get all flustered? But now I've learned that actually when someone asks me something and I don't know the answer, which realistically is most of the time, I now just go, cool, this is now an exercise in learning how to Google things together. So we're going to go and do this research and see if we can figure it out together. And this literally happened a couple of weeks ago. The apprentices were so obsessed with trying to figure out how to use this hook in React, and I haven't used React in like 18 months, so I didn't know how to do it. So we spent 2 hours Googling, trying to implement it, didn't even figure it out in the end, but I feel like they forgot that we were trying to make it work, so it kind of ended up okay. So I've become way more forgiving of my own knowledge gaps. When they asked me that question and I thought, I don't know how to do this, it just became an exercise in let's unpack this together and see if we can work it out together. And I'm just, while the slide's on, I'm gonna chuck out a dangerous word there where I feel like a lot of people, they go the other way. So instead of being scared of your knowledge gaps and being scared of asked a question, you got way too much confidence and that mansplainer comes out in you. So you think, I don't know the answer, but I'm not going to show them. So I'm going to talk with confidence about something completely irrelevant and then they won't notice, which is not true and it is not helpful. So I've become more comfortable with my own knowledge gaps. I don't think I've been a mansplainer, but I don't think I have, or a womansplainer if you like, but I certainly would never do it now because I'm okay with just saying, let's just Google it and let's just figure this out. Or just, I don't know, let's go ask someone else. So with that in mind, I want to talk about how can you be an effective mentor? Because clearly these skills are helpful. Like I feel like I'm a pretty decent engineer and it's because I've spent so much time teaching other people. So let's unpack what do I actually do that's made me a good teacher and therefore helped me with those skills? And hopefully, therefore, you can go back to work and feel like you can be a good mentor as well. So something I would like to point out is that simply having knowledge does not make you a good teacher. And I actually put this in the slides because a couple of weeks ago, I was showing these slides to the apprentices and I said, hey, could you Give me some ideas. What do you think I should mention in here? And one of them instantly rolled her eyes in the most dramatic fashion I have ever seen and said, "Oh, I hate it when you meet those engineers and they've been in tech for like 15 years and so they think that they can teach and they can't." And clearly this person has been burned. And I think we all have. I think everybody can probably think about that person that they've interacted with who clearly thinks they are the absolute bee's knees because they know everything about this one particular topic, but they could not explain it to you to save their life. But they have the confidence to think they can. So I would like to point out that having knowledge does not make you a good teacher, which leads me to this dumb expression. Those who can't do, teach. This is such an embarrassing excuse. This is what I like to say instead. Those who know, do. Those that understand, teach. It is one thing to know about a particular concept or library or whatever. It is another thing to have the understanding and have the skills to actually teach it to somebody else. These are not the same thing. And I get so angry when people say those who can't do teach because I'm a teacher and I know what I'm doing and I have a pretty good understanding usually of the things that I'm teaching because I've got that deeper understanding because I was prepared for that really terrifying "why did you do that" question. So those who know, do. Those who understand can also teach. So with that in mind, how do you become an effective mentor? So maybe you have all the knowledge, but how do you actually have enough understanding to teach that to someone else? So before we run through these skills, I just want to point out that there are lots of different places where mentorship happens. Because after I give a talk like this, someone always comes and asks me for an opportunity. So here they are. So at work, you might have an informal or a formal mentorship program. We actually do this at Envato, and I have 2 little mentees at the moment. And that comes about just because usually someone says to their manager, "Oh, I'm feeling like I'm missing skills in this particular thing." And the manager goes, "Great, well, I probably can't help you, but maybe we could find someone who can." And bam, suddenly I'm getting a DM and now I have a mentee. So at the moment I'm mentoring someone on how to speak at conferences. So give me some good feedback so I can go back into that next mentoring session with some confidence, please. And also someone wants to upskill their knowledge of Ruby on Rails. And so very different things. I'm not an expert in either of those things, but I know how to be a good mentor. So if you are at work and there's something that you want to learn, or maybe you see someone has a knowledge gap, or maybe an EM has mentioned to you, or sorry, an engineering manager has mentioned to you, "Hey, do you think you'd be able to help this person with this particular thing?" That's an opportunity to actually create some kind of system around it and create some more formalized mentoring. There's also, you could pair with other less experienced developers on your team, which I really hope that you already do. So if someone's stuck with something, you can have a pairing session with them to work it out. Onboarding new team members is the best opportunity because someone who's brand new to the team doesn't know what they're doing and doesn't know all the systems they need. So this is a really great opportunity to practice mentoring. And you could also give team presentations. So maybe you have a company that is like lunch and learns, or maybe you've just created a really complicated PR. So instead of just putting the PR up and hoping for the best, maybe you could run a presentation of actually running people through that PR. So that's at work. There's also community opportunities to be a mentor. So for example, you could speak at meetups or conferences. This feels like a good enough example of that. You could also tutor at public coding workshops, or you could tutor or teach at things like boot camps. So off the top of my head, I came up with a list of places like that do that. So SheCodes, General Assembly, CodeCamp, Codemaster Institute. I think all of those places have opportunities in Perth to actually mentor. SheCodes in particular, they're like literally around the corner. Go and ask them when the next workshop is because they're always looking for mentors. Can you tell I used to work there? I'm just slightly biased. So there are plenty of opportunities to be a mentor. Saying, "Oh, I haven't had the opportunity" is not good enough. There are opportunities all around you. So what is your actual role as a mentor? Like, what is your job as a mentor? Your job is to help a mentee discover ideas and solve problems for themselves. So in other words, it's not your job to provide solutions. That's not useful. Your job is to help somebody else to figure out what problems they're actually facing and then figure out how to solve those problems. So if you're a visual person, this is what I don't want you to do. So sometimes someone needs help with something. Maybe they've got a bug and they can't get their code running or whatever. You provide a solution, the code is running, and you pat yourself on the back and go, "Sweet, I solved the problem." I mean, great, but you actually didn't really help anyone. You solve this one particular problem, but did you give them the skills to be able to figure out how to solve it next time? I don't think so. Did you get anything out of that interaction? Like, did you learn how this person learns, and so how you might better come at them with solving a problem next time? I don't think so. In general, this is a really quick fix, and it helps no one in the long run. So I'm going to show you instead a flowchart of what I use to mentor other people. And it's a little bit intimidating, but it's okay. We're going to walk through it. I did my best. So this is what happens whenever someone at work comes to me with a problem that they would like help with. So they come to me, they're confused about a particular concept or task. So we're going to, I can do this. We're going to start up here. So they come to me confused about a particular concept or task. So the very first thing that I'm going to do, I can do this, is I'm not going to grab their laptop and start digging and figure out what's going on. I'm going to ask them some clarifying questions. And the reason I'm going to do that is because quite often when I'm mentoring, there's a couple of things that happen. Someone might use a bunch of really fancy terminology, but it turns out that they actually don't know what those words meant, and it's impressive that they managed to get the sentence together. It would be really easy to fall for that and think that that means that they know what they're talking about. And I'm not trying to shame the person in this situation, because great, they used a bunch of really cool terminology. What I'm trying to figure out is how far back do I need to go to actually explain things. So if they've picked up a word, but they've used it in the wrong context, you need to help them with that. You need to solve that so they don't do that again. Or the other thing that can happen is someone has the concept figured out, but they don't have the words to describe it. So in this case, they know the concept, they don't know the terminology to use, which makes it really hard to actually form a question. So in that case, you're going to ask them some more clarifying questions to figure out which of those categories does this person fit into, if either of them, and you're going to work out, what are they actually asking me? What do they need help with? And your job, and actually this is something that, again, an apprentice said to me a couple of weeks ago, is it's a real skill to meet someone at the level that they are at. Just because you feel super confident in this particular concept, it doesn't mean that you get to go on a rant about how this thing works. Your job is to figure out what this person is actually asking and then give them the answer appropriate to their level. And even if you're like itching to tell them more and tell them about the founder who wrote this thing and then the history of, oh, and then this happened and then we merged this and then version 12 with blah, 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 not useful. Your job is to match the level that they're at and give them the exact amount of information that they need. Which leads us to the next step. So I want you to provide an explanation. So once you've figured out what they're actually asking you, because you've asked those clarifying questions, you're going to provide an explanation. And if you don't know the answer to the question, you're not going to act with confidence and just give them an explanation. You're going to Google it with them. And together you're going to build an explanation and you're going to try and work out how to actually explain the thing that they don't understand. And I do this all the time. I say, I have no idea what you're talking about, but the internet does. And so we go and we look up some blog posts or find some YouTube videos, we learn about it together, and then we unpack it together. So once you've done that, you're then going to confirm, oh God, you're going to confirm understanding. So you're not just going to go and read blog posts, figure it out, give a monologue, assume they understood, and then carry on. You're going to ask them some more questions. You're going to make sure they actually understood what you just unpacked. And quite often, I'll ask them the exact same question that they came to me with. And if they can answer it confidently, sweet, I've done my job. They now understand this thing. But if they can mostly pull an answer together, but maybe they still use some wrong terminology, maybe they've forgotten a word, maybe it doesn't actually quite make sense in this particular context, in other words, they're still confused, then you're going to ask them some more questions. You're going to try and figure out where are they at now and what blanks do I need to fill in now. And you might go through this process many times. So you ask a question, you give an explanation, you'll confirm the understanding, they're still confused, so you're going to go ask questions again. And that's where that skill of being able to explain something in multiple different ways comes in, because you can't just give an explanation, confirm understanding, find out they're still confused, and give the exact same explanation and expect there to be a different result. It's literally the definition of insanity. So you're going to practice giving a different kind of explanation instead. So once you've finally confirmed their understanding, and I'd like to point out that even though I've written makes sense there, you're going to confirm their understanding by doing anything except asking, does that make sense? Because chances are the person's just going to say yes, because that feels like how you're meant to answer that question. Not useful. So you can ask them a bunch of other questions and determine for yourself whether that seems to have made sense for them. And then you're going to move on to actually solving the problem, if there is one. Because at this point, they might have a solution. Just the explanation that you've given might have given them enough information to go with. So they have a solution, so they need to move on. Otherwise, if they don't have a solution, now you're going to guide them to one. And again, you might be pulling out blog posts, you might be finding other files in the repo to share them to, but you're going to help them figure out a potential solution. You're not going to give it to them, you're going to have chats, you're going to have brainstorms, you're going to help them figure it out for themselves. But before you leave them, you're going to confirm their understanding again. You're going to make sure that they understand what they actually need to do now to solve that problem. So they might even tell you the exact same thing that you just told them, but there might be a little bit more confidence in their voice. So you can say, I'm going to go look at this particular repo, I'm going to find this example because I know that we did it here, and I'm going to look at this PR that put it up to see the notes. So they might give you a full explanation. Great, that means they've understood. If they're still a bit hazy, they're not okay to be left alone yet because you're just going to leave them in a state of confusion, which is not what you want to do. So you might go through this cycle over and over again as well. So finally, once they have a solution and they feel confident, you're going to time box them. So depending on the complexity of the task that you're giving them, that time box could be, I'm going to come back to you in 10 minutes. It could be, I'm going to ask you, tomorrow how that thing went. So you're just going to judge it for yourself to see how complex the thing is. So for example, a couple of weeks ago, I was paired with someone who was stuck on something to do with our build pipeline. And as I went through this process, it probably took me longer than it should have, but as we went through this process, I realized, oh, this person actually doesn't know where BuildKite fits in and how that connects to GitHub and how these things talk to each other. So I'm going to give her 10 minutes. I'm going to say, I need you to go do some reading on this particular thing. Here's the page of the docs I'd suggest you read. In 10 minutes, I'm going to come back and we're just going to see how you're going. In 10 minutes, and she could explain it. She had that aha moment, everything sunk in, she now understood, which is great. It means that we could repeat this process all over again. So you're going to time box a task. So for me, that was go read these docs. Then once you've done that and you've checked in with them, you're now going to consider frustration versus fun. Is this person still having fun? Kat was having the best time because she's really into infrastructure, and having that aha moment was great for her. So she was ready to just ask the next question, be guided to a solution, and then carry on. Time box another 20 minutes, move on. If the person is no longer having fun, so they're really frustrated and they're feeling kind of dumb, they felt like they haven't made progress, well then you're not just going to put them into this loop of continuing to feel dumb. You're going to go back to the very beginning, you're going to ask them more questions because maybe you didn't nail it the first time. Maybe they didn't actually know what they needed to ask the first time. So you're going to go back through it all over again, but this time you're going to give some more hints. You're going to give them a little bit more clues. You're going to give them the specific section of the docs, the specific line in the file, the specific part of that PR or whatever you're sharing with them. You're going to give them more clues and you're going to go through the process again. If you do and you get to the end and the person is now just properly upset and ready to throw their laptop out the window because we have all been there, then you're just going to give them the solution. And I'm going to tell you that sometimes, even though I said don't do this, sometimes you just have to give them the solution. It's not their day. It's Friday afternoon and they're really tired because learning how to do these things is really complicated. That's totally fine. The chances are they have learned something from this process, but they're now fatigued of learning new things and you need to help them out a little bit more. But now you've both built this relationship and understand this process of how you're supposed, or what is a useful way to help someone. So you're still going to try it again next time. And chances are they're going to be a bit fresher. They're going to come in knowing you're about to ask me a bunch of questions. So I've got the answers to those questions ready, which an apprentice surprised me with because she did that to me a couple of weeks ago. So this process works until someone's really frustrated, in which case it's totally fine. Just give them the answer. Just next time you'll try again. We've all been in that situation where, for me it's Monday mornings, I don't know, my brain's not on, like I'm not learning anything, so just give me the answer. And while you're going through this process, there's a couple of things that I want you to remember. So I want you to remember to have compassion. The earlier someone is in their career, the easier it is to suffer with the, oh, I'm so dumb and everybody else knows more than me. And the longer you've been in your career, probably the more that you've forgotten that this was you too. Like, for example, do you remember what it was like navigating your code editor for the first time you opened a repository with thousands of files in it? Probably not. But to someone who's just done that for the first time, that is so hard. Even if they've they've done a boot camp and they've learned how to use this particular framework. That is not the same when there are thousands of files in there instead of 20. It's really hard navigating a code editor. So while you're explaining perhaps a really technical concept, remember the earlier someone is in their career, just the harder they're going to struggle, just because it's not muscle memory to use those shortcuts to jump between files. That hasn't been developed yet, depending on the level that they're at. So while you're mentoring someone, have compassion. Really think about where they are in their career and what they're good at and what they still need help with, and adjust the language that you use and the pace that you go at to suit them. I also want you to talk about your failures. This is really important because it's really easy to feel like, oh, I messed up and I don't want to be judged, so I'm going to hide it and I'm not going to tell anyone. No, we don't want that. That's how prod gets broken and everyone feels confused. So I want you to talk about your failures. I broke prod a few weeks ago, and I broke it in a very bad way because we have this little toast that comes up in the corner, and when you click it, you go to a site where people sign up and actually give us money, so Envato actually makes money from it. And I accidentally got rid of the toast, and no one noticed, and that was bad. So instead of trying to bury that and think, oh, just fix this, I went to the team like, hey team, I messed up, lol, 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 lol. And so we fixed it, right? But then what was important about that process is that I then went to the apprentices like, oh, guess what I did yesterday? I really messed up. And so we actually did our own little post-mortem about, oh, what went wrong? And how about we dig through the code and figure out how that happened? And let's talk about the process that we went through to discover that this thing was actually an issue. By the way, when you're doing something like that, check that it actually works on prod, because no one did and no one noticed. So talk about your failures with them. Quite often, they're going to ask you probing questions that are going to make you realize, yeah, maybe we should adjust our process. Maybe I should have checked prod when I deployed this thing rather than thinking prod and staging were going to be the same state, because that's ridiculous. They're never the same state. Oh, yeah, it was a whole problem. It was a whole thing. Staging was this is the state that I was in that day when I broke that thing. It was not a fun day. I also want you to remember to provide meaningful work with meaningless deadlines. And this is something that I think we do really well at Envato with our apprentices. So we actually sit on delivery teams. We spend about 6 weeks on a team and then we hop around. And while we're on those delivery teams, our apprentices are given real cards that do contribute to the product, that actually make a difference. But they're given cards specifically that aren't urgent. They have absolutely no deadline attached. In fact, the earlier they are on in their apprenticeship, the more likely that in their first 6 weeks, they will not finish that card. And instead, our goal is to go on tangents, learn a bunch of stuff in the process, and make sure we do a really good handover with the team when we leave the team. And what that ends up doing is it just takes away the pressure. There's no like, oh, I need to learn this thing, but this thing's due next week, so Hayley, can you just tell us so we can feel like we're making progress? It takes all of that away. But at the same time, they get to feel like they're actually making a difference on the product that they're working on. So meaningful work, meaningless deadlines is probably, if you take one thing away, this should be it. This makes a significant difference when you're onboarding someone new to your team. And finally, I'd also like you to remember to leave your ego at the door. Just because you're a contributor to Django doesn't mean that you need to throw your weight around and say, oh, but I wrote it, so I know that it works this way, so you need to do it this way. Like in a mentoring session, totally not useful, totally not encouraging, totally not friendly. So leave your ego at the door. It doesn't matter how much experience you have. When you're mentoring someone, you're focused on them. You're not focused on your experience, you're focused on them and what they need to learn. So we've talked about how mentoring can help you to be a better dev. We've talked about how it can help you to be an effective mentor. And now I want us to talk about how can you actually use all these skills to make a difference in our industry. So I would like to point out that only training those that are already in engineering doesn't really help with our diversity issue. Like if you look around this room, how many women in here and how many dudes are here? Like if you only train the cohort of people in this room, are we helping to produce more role models or improve the diversity in our industry? No. We are doing a great thing because we're helping each other and we're helping build our community to upskill, and that's fantastic, but you're not helping with diversity. So I want you to use these skills to actually shift the needle and get some more interesting and different teams built in our industry. So I want you to consider taking on career changes for diversity of thought and experience. And what I mean by this is so many places go to like a university for their main recruitment drive. you look at the number of people who are in university or TAFE or even boot camps, they are predominantly men. This is not a secret. So if that is where you're primarily going to recruit, then you are primarily attempting to recruit men and you are leaving women behind. So I want you to consider taking on career changes. People who have taught themselves at home and maybe done a few workshops and they're feeling confident and they're feeling like they're ready to learn. And you might think, oh, but do they have the experience? They haven't done this training. If someone is prepared to change careers, I can guarantee you they are prepared to learn and they're going to be dedicated. They will be a great person to hire and train yourself. I'd also like you to consider upskilling those that are gender diverse to create more role models. And how might you do that? So at Envato, we like to say our apprentice program isn't equal, but it is fair. And we say that because our apprentice program actually only takes on people who identify as women. We do not take cis men into the apprentice program. And at first thought, and I bet someone in here is really outraged about that right now. So yes, you are right, it is not equal. But quite often someone says, well, that's not fair. And what I would like to point out to you is that if you go to university or TAFE or a boot camp, you'll see plenty of men and you'll see hardly any women. Men have every opportunity to get into this industry. It is much harder to be a woman in this industry. It is much harder to break into this industry. It is much harder to get over your imposter syndrome in this industry. It is much harder to find a role model in this industry. And if you would like to argue with me on that later, I am more than happy to, because this rant could go on a lot longer than this one slide. So I would like you to consider, when you go and hire someone who's new to this industry, could you be more diverse in your hiring practices? Could you maybe remove names from CVs, for example, and just take out, you know, the burden of, oh, I've seen their name, so I know this person's a woman, I know this person's a man, and just hire on, you know, the experience and what they bring to the team and how willing they are to learn, rather than going to your universities and going to your TAFEs and going to your boot camps, unless it's she codes, because that's for women, because then you've got a problem in your hiring pipeline already. And quickly, I'd also like us to run through just what are the other benefits of upskilling internally. You can teach people the habits you want, especially if you're hiring someone and this is their very first role in tech. If you hire a senior, that person's coming with opinions and that person's coming with biases. I don't like that at tech. I live in the Google space. Oh, you use Teams? I'll never work for you. You know, or, oh, I'm a React person. I couldn't possibly, like, we're not going to do this new project in Vue because we like React. Like, a senior has opinions. A junior doesn't. A junior's going to hear that you love React and think, yeah, I love React too. So teach, you know, the more junior you hire, the more opportunity you've got to teach people the habits that you want them to have. Which sounds really evil, but like, it's really good for your company. It also, I want you to think of it as an investment. So this is an opportunity to give your reputation a boost. Within Envato, our apprentice program is really well recognised and people are excited about our apprentice program because the apprentices that we create, like, they are exceptional developers. They do extremely well at Envato, and it generally just kind of helps boost just the morale around the company. Like, whenever we get new apprentices in, everybody's like, we're a virtual community, but somehow everyone's kind of a bit like, oh my God, the apprentices are starting today, or apprentice graduation, will they come into my team? Like, it's actually been really great for the company. And as a result, we also get longer tenures. The apprentices that we train in Envato stay with us for a really long time, which is awesome. But also a lot of people at Envato, they talk about when we ask them, because I'm kind of nosy, I ask people, why do you like Envato, to the other people I work with? And a lot of people mention the apprentice program and mention like, we're actually walking the walk of trying to improve the diversity in our industry. You know, we're actually taking 2 apprentices, assigning them a developer mentor and training them for 9 months is a huge investment. And people recognize that within our company. So, I feel like I should have had some water at some point during that talk. Okay, we talked about my career journey, how did teaching help me to be a better dev, effective mentorship, and improving diversity in our industry. I really hope that this has at least inspired you to maybe think about how can you be a better mentor, or what can you take back to your team. And maybe, you could even harass the senior leaders in your team. Hayley said it's really great to hire juniors who don't just all look the same as everybody in our team. Maybe we should actually do that. That would be really awesome if you actually considered that. So thank you so much for spending time with me today. Chuck me a follow on Twitter if you'd like to chat about anything in these slides. Don't check out my blog because I broke it this week and I don't know how to fix it. And please leave me some feedback on the DDD website. That would be really great. So thank you, everybody.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go. We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
And I think our customers are gonna love it.
We got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for joining us in the room today. I've got a really long bio. Jamie Butler is a lead consultant at Telstra Purple. That's all you get. Without further ado, here's Jamie.
All right, just make sure you can hear me. Fantastic. I think you can because I can hear me. Welcome. Thank you for coming to my talk, Lessons from the Video Game Industry. I am Jamie Butler, lead consultant at Telstra Purple, as you just heard. What does that mean? It means I'm quite a generalist, so consulting, I'm on different gigs every 3-6 months, and that's different tech stacks, that's different corporate environments, that's different this, that, and the other thing. And within that space, I do all sorts as well. I do agile coaching, discovering requirements, building the actual software, testing, deploying, ops, just a little bit of everything. So the point that I'm making there is I'm a generalist, but I also love video games. And so I wanted to talk to you about GDC, the Game Developer Conference, housed in San Francisco yearly. And I think I hit on this, one, because I love video games, and two, because I'm such a generalist, and there is just so much going on with these conferences. People are delivering lessons on leadership, they're delivering lessons on building a business from scratch, they're delivering lessons on cool UX development techniques and software development techniques, so there's a little bit of something there for everybody, and for a generalist like me, there's tons for me to consume. So the goal here is really just to illuminate you to the high value of this resource, get you consuming it, and the way I'm going to do that is just share with you a handful of lessons that I personally learnt just from watching these GDC conference talks, and yeah, we'll see what we discover. So first off, we have cursed problems. The idea of a cursed problem is something that Alex Jaff from Riot Games kind of put together over the last few years, and he gave a talk about it. It's the idea of you're in a product development setting, or he thinks of it as a game development setting, but really it's a product development setting where you've hit a design problem you literally can't solve, and what you really need to do is identify that it is an unsolvable problem as early as you possibly can so that you don't drag your team of 10, 15, 100 people in your company along for the ride. So cursed problem, as he puts it, is a core conflict between the promises of your product. And it's important to note here that the promises might be intended or explicit, like this is what I built my product to do, that's the point of it, or they might be derived by your users. Your users might get their hands on your product and go, oh, this is what this product is for, not actually what you intended for it to be. And if those come into conflict with each other, then you cannot proceed with the design that you've got. You need to pretty fundamentally change the design. And while I won't go into it, Alex provides a whole bunch of techniques for identifying these cursed problems and for offering ways to make those fundamental shifts that you need to make if you end up in that situation. And the example of a cursed problem that he gives several, but the one that I really liked is, you can see tucked away there, if you're familiar with Diablo 3 at all, the Diablo 3 auction house. So Diablo 3 is a looter game. You use cool spells or swing an axe and kill a whole bunch of enemies, and you get cool loot. And every time you do, you're like, ooh, what did I just get? You know, is it better than what I had before? Is it really awesome, legendary? Is it amazing? And they added this idea of an auction house where you can sell the loot that you've got and buy loot that you really want. And what happens there is you get this conflict of the whole kind of core premise of your game. In one aspect, it's a looter and you should be looking forward to that moment of finding the cool thing that you really want. But yet at an auction house, suddenly it's just everything that I get is just something I'm going to sell so I can save up and buy the thing I really want. And those are fundamentally contradictory experiences. And the solution for Diablo 3, once they realized that they were in this position, was to just kill it. They got rid of the auction house because they wanted to keep was that core looter experience. And my example, when I think and try and translate it more to what I do in product development, I had to think about Tumblr. So Tumblr was originally built as like a blogging platform, a really simple blogging platform. Sign in with an email, suddenly you've got a blogging platform. It's really easy to use. But what the implied promise seemed to be, from the user's perspective, is a cool debating platform where they can debate the fundamentals of society. And those two things are not the same. One is all about broadcasting your opinions, and one is about having a healthy back and forth with somebody else, or in an open forum. And the way that Tumblr dealt with that was just to kind of go, oh, well, this is really taking off. We're going to focus on this. We're going to focus on this back and forth and chaining blog posts onto each other to create kind of a chained argument, not like just a blogging platform. So there are multiple different ways to solve a curse problem, but that's the way that Tumblr took. So next, so that's kind of a bit of a design lesson that we can learn. Moving over a little bit to the tech side, we went from curses to cursing. Where the bleep are your tests by Kevin Dill of Kythera AI. This guy works on traversal AI, so bots moving around a world, like think Cyberpunk 2077 and all the people moving around in it. And this talk was pretty much just a straight up evangelizing of unit test mentality and testing mentality, which apparently the game industry is not very mature in. They don't feel the need to write automated tests all the time. So it was pretty straightforward in that regard. But the nugget lesson that I pulled out of this one was when Kevin started talking about tests that they have to write that are just going to take like 30 seconds or 45 seconds to run. And those are kind of annoying, right? They bloat your test suite's runtime horrifically, especially, if you're going to write one test, really what you're going to do is write like a permutation of that test, 7 or 8 different versions of that test, and suddenly, just in one set of tests, you've got a 4-minute test suite running, and that's kind of yuck. So the nugget that I got from him is to just tag those, and many different testing libraries like Jest and NUnit and C# and what have you will let you tag your tests, and just only run those slow tests overnight. Don't run them when you're doing your regular building, when you're doing your merges into master or what have you. Run them overnight or just before deployment to production, whichever comes first. And that way you will come in the morning, all that really slow testing is done, you can spot a problem if it's there and deal with it, and you get the value of those slow tests, which they might need to be slow because you're testing something that should take a long time, or they might just be slow because it's a really meaty process that you're testing. But yeah, a little tech bit of wisdom that I got from that. Next up, we have something more along the design lines. So this is going to be a common theme you're going to keep hearing me say. There are lessons coming from every discipline in GDC. And this one was Critiquing Game Visuals, Common Problems and How to Solve Them by Ali Overton of Spryfox. And the core of the talk was just figuring out how you can critique a visual design, figure out what needs to be improved about it, and then make those improvements. But I loved this talk because I tell you what, I am so bad at this, it's unreal. Any time I work on a piece of software myself and there isn't a designer involved, somebody's poor eyes will probably bleed. And I have tried to solve this for myself many times. I've just gone to blog posts and I've gone to learning material to figure out color theory. I've studied color theory. got color theory down, it still makes people's eyes bleed. What's going on? And this video finally got through to me. And I'm sure it would be different for everybody, but for me it was just like I just wasn't taking saturation into consideration. I didn't even really understand what saturation was getting at. And everything I ever designed was just like full saturation all the time. And that's why the eyes were bleeding. And now I know. So very happy for that. I mean, you got an example here of one of the little bits that she took us through. And you can just see that the one on the left is really like pretty evenly desaturated, and you have to kind of work hard to decide what's important in that image. But the one on the right, there's a bit more value contrast and saturation contrast, and you can see that the little man with the sword is important, maybe the tree is important, but lots of little lessons like that stacked in there. And now we come to more of a bit of a leadership, bit of a cultivating culture in your business kind of lesson. So this one was from Victoria Tran of Innersloth, the guys that make Among Us. The talk was called Charming Your Communities. And she took us through a whole bunch of lessons on how to create a really positive culture. And she was always framing it in terms of the community that is playing her game and interacting on socials and interacting with each other in the game. But every single lesson that she went through, I was realizing could be applied equally well to building the culture within your company or within your team. If you're just like a lead developer in a team, you can use these skills to make sure that your team is happy and healthy and functionally engaged. If you're a CEO, you can be exercising these techniques as well. Pretty sure she got a lot of this stuff from a book called The Power of Moments, which if you've heard of it, is worth a read. But the key things I'll just quickly mention that she talked about were having moments of surprise and levity. So if you know, always having to deliver the same kind of dry email once a week of like, oh, here's what's changed in our app, or release notes or what have you. Insert jokes, insert little moments that people can relate to and have a good time with. The more unexpected, the better. The more it will catch people and go, oh, that was interesting. Moments of connectivity and empathy. So best example that I really enjoyed was paying attention if somebody's mentioned something that's going on in their life or something they're really, really passionate about, and you come across them or you're chatting to them 2 weeks later, completely without provocation, just bring it up. Shows that you're listening, that you care, that you think about that person, and they'll feel connected to you, and that will breed this really positive, warm relationship. Bit of just rapport building, really. There's one that I've forgotten, and I don't want to refer to my notes, so we'll move on. Next up, we have Isabel McCard and David Richard of Behaviour Interactive. I wanted to include this one because there's, at least from my perspective as a developer, I don't like to think too much about the money or the financial strategy of things, but you can learn those lessons if you go and have a look at GDC. So Isabel McCard and David Richard were the CFO and the head designer or director from Behaviour Interactive. And these guys are responsible for Dead by Daylight, which is an online multiplayer game. It's free. One person plays a monster and another handful of people play survivors. It's asymmetrical competitive game. But it's run with microtransactions. That's their profit model, is monetizing through buying skins and stuff like that. The talk is all about respecting your users, being really careful to not exploit them, trying to run that business model, which is really kind of, in a lot of ways, unpopular. There's a lot of assumptions baked into it that you're just kind of going to get a crap product unless you shill out all the time. Doing that in a really respectful way. And they come up with a lot of techniques, a lot of core kind of vision statements about, for example, the core product all by itself needs to be completely playable, enjoyable on its own. Things that cost money should really only add kind of aesthetic value or vibe, shouldn't really change the core mechanics of your product. And I feel like that's very applicable to just software as a service products that we sell. Maybe we're providing advertising or what have you, but just to do it in a respectful way. But the key quote that Dave Richard came out with that I latched onto, and the lesson that I really took from this mostly was, a respectful monetization design helps to get buy-in from our dev team. And when I heard that, what I really heard was running an ethical, respectful business gets team members on board and giving it their best. So I'm sure we'd all love to be working in really socially forward businesses like carbon offsetting businesses and environmentally positive businesses, businesses that help guys doing it tough, that kind of thing. But even if you're not, even if you're in resources or you're just working on an entertaining product or just tech for the sake of tech and helping people do tech better, as long as you're operating that business ethically, respectfully, caring about your users and caring about the impacts that your business is having, that's the key thing. And I think if you do that, people will get on board, they'll work their hardest, they'll be engaged. You won't have team members that are kind of maybe looking out the door. And that's the lesson that I took from that particular talk. And also, it's just really interesting learning more about monetization strategies and what you see in free-to-play games out there. And last one, in terms of lessons, is data-informed decisions, the champions of League of Legends. So I know we've just finished talking about charming your communities and making really positive and healthy communities and really respecting your audience. But now we're going to talk about League of Legends. So it's just a fun way to learn new stuff. So I've played a lot of League of Legends. I've been that guy. I've screamed at the screen. I've not typed nasty things to my teammates, I promise. But I really love League of Legends anyway. It's a really fun game. Seeing Red and its own funky skin there, Cho'Gath, my favorite character. And this talk was all just, all different fun analyses of League of Legends champions. What's popular, what they can do analysis to decide is really pick up and play, and which characters are really, really niche, like not many people play them, but the people that play them absolutely love them, and all different kinds of analysis to derive those sorts of insights. And I'm going to be completely honest with you, data doesn't really fill my cup, and if left to my own devices, I don't generally go out there and learn interesting data concepts. But you slap League of Legends on it, and I will. And true of many, many other videos. So there are tons of games covered in GDC that people love. Spider-Man, God of War, little indie games like, actually that's going to escape me. I can't point to anyone specific. But yeah, little indie games all the way up to like the big AAA games. You got the director of God of War telling you all about what the pitch was like for that game and how key it was that they kept sticking to this idea of a father-son relationship, and everything has to be driven by that. And all of that stuff is just entertaining to consume these videos, and in the middle of it, learn some really valuable lessons. And that's all I really wanted to get you guys to do here today. So your next step is to Google, or not Google, but search on YouTube, GDC Vault. I do specifically say don't Google it, search it on YouTube. And that's because if you Google it, you'll go to their website and you will learn something that I've been leaving to the very end. It's very expensive to get a full access membership to GDC. It costs $600 a year-ish. But having said that, tons of their content is on YouTube, and really probably the content that we're interested in more in the product development space than the game development space. That content is more general, more applicable, more kind of enticing. The stuff that's hidden behind their paywall is more really hardcore technical insights to, say, physics engines, lighting engines, real game design, level design interest, which, while super cool if you're really technical, less applicable to our work. So yeah, search GDC Vault on YouTube and have a good time. And I just want to say, before I wrap up, thank you very much to our sponsors, especially Telstra Purple. No, I'm kidding. I work for Telstra Purple, as you recall. But no, yeah, all our sponsors. I wouldn't be able to have my kid in that creche right now getting looked after if it weren't for them, so thank you very much to them. And that is it for me. Cool.
Hello, hello. Oh, wow, that's working. We have 1 minute, and this is a big room to exit and enter. I'm going to see if there's one short question out there, because Jamie's a fountain of knowledge here. Anyone going to go for a really quick question? No, I'm sure you'll be around for the afternoon. So thank you, Jamie, everyone.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, You need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour? You got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because
I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Henselman's troop.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me...
Hello, hello. Welcome back. I'm seeing some familiar faces as well. So, yeah, welcome back. It's my delight to introduce Doctor, isn't it, right? Dr. Ashley Aitken. Ashley Aitken has a passion for helping businesses create value with IT, helping startups find successful business models, and all things related to AI, minds, and brains. Today, he's going to explain what it means to say we are all computers, and the implications this may have for building conscious machines. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. Here's Ashley.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Hannah, and thank you very much, everyone, for coming along. As you said in my talk today, I'm a computer, and so are you. And my goal here is really trying to convince you of the validity of this statement, okay? But after we've done that, we'll have a look at some more bigger questions, which I don't have the answer to, but I think you might find interesting as well. So I'm a computer, and so are you. Let's go on. This all started many years ago when I was doing a PhD in AI, and I was trying to make computers work more like humans, be more able to match the world and work in a fuzzy world and a wishing world. But after doing my PhD for a number of years, I realized really it wasn't about that. It came back to me thinking that computers are actually more like, the brain is actually more like computers. And this really shocked me. I'd gone a total flip of what I'm doing. That's what I want to try and explain to you today. But just to be clear up front, when I say a brain is more like a computer, I don't mean a von Neumann type architecture, von Neumann type architecture with a CPU and RAM. Of course, we're not like that. And one of the things I want to talk about today is what actually it is to be a computer. I did computer science for many years. I worked as an academic in computer science for many years. And I tell you that 95% of people in that domain probably don't know what it means to be a computer. It's something you program for sure, but what does it mean to be a computer? That's what we'll be talking about as well. So here's the sort of overview of the story for my talk. The first big question is, what are computers? To get you to understand that question. The second one is, what am I? And by contrast, you, because you're similar to me, hopefully. And then last one, the big question there, what is I? That's the one which I may not be able to answer, but we'll get a good start on it, I think. A bit of background about myself. I work as an IT consultant for a company called Business Aspect, parent company Data Number 3. I have a background in AI, cognitive science, and neuroscience, but I think of myself as a software developer and an IT person and a computer scientist. I have a big focus on innovation consulting. I like to help, as I think Hannah said, startups, but also organisations in any sector, any stage of maturity, including startups, to find new businesses. If the old businesses are going away, to find a new one. And we do that using an exploration metaphor. I also run Lean Startup Perth meetup, and I have a number of startups myself. The current one, which is just about to go live soon, is called Lean Explorers Club. So please look out for that. Okay, so also thanks to our sponsors and the volunteers who run this conference. Particularly, I met some at the Speecher Catch-Up Night, Insight and Versant and Planet. So thanks to them, but thanks to all the sponsors who helped this, make this event possible. Okay, in this same room a couple of years ago, I gave a talk on functional programming, and my goal there was to make everyone's mind explode, blow their brains with, it was quantum computers, sorry, blow their minds with quantum computers. Last year, I tried to help people become anti-fragile, and when you lose your head, to grow back 2 new ones to replace that one head. This year, I'm taking a bit of a different tack. As I mentioned in the brief, I'm going to be trying out some pain. Okay, so experience some pain, but also trying some mind-altering experiences here, trying to get you to think differently about your mind. So let's see how we go with that. Okay, so the first point here, what are computers? Think to yourself, it's a digital computer, I program it, but what do we mean when we talk about computers? This sort of thing, okay, a computer. What do we mean by that? Now, maybe if you've sort of got a computer science background or a technical background, you may think, oh, well, computers are equivalent to Turing machines, or they have a von Neumann architecture and so forth. There's something which runs like this. Or you may also think, computability. Can I calculate something with this computer or compute something with an algorithm? You may think about algorithms, and you may think about, oh, yeah, well, computers do calculations, these sort of things. And these are all correct, but they don't get to what the essence is of a computer. And that's what I want to try and to explain. Now, this slide has a lot of text, so it's the formal definition of things, but I'll just point out the key points to you, or read it out to you. It says a computational system is a physical system that allows 3 specific but more general levels of description above that of the physical level. And these 3 levels are what we call the functional level, the symbolic level, and the semantic level. You may have heard of those. And there are a couple extra requirements. The symbolic states in the symbolic level, they refer to things. So when your computer has a symbol for a car, it's not actually the car inside the computer, it's a reference to that car. And the third one says that the symbols need to be consistent under transformations. That's the definition of a computational system. And I want to explain that to you so you can see what computers really are, and then we'll look at how the brain works. So of course the computer's a physical system. So any physical system, we can give a description in terms of the physical states, where the particles are, in which direction they're moving. And of course, they obey the physical laws. So the particle's going to go around, ignoring quantum mechanics for now, they're going to move around like particles do and bump into things and so forth. We can't break the physical laws, but we can change the configuration of the system to make it do things while still obeying those physical laws. So we have this physical level description. We start off in a physical state on the left, our initial state. We go to the next state according to the physical laws. The physical laws tell us how we go from one state to the next, and so on and so on. That's pretty obvious. But now what we said, one thing that a computational system allows is it allows a higher level description. We don't need to talk about the particles anymore. When you describe your computer, you don't say, well, these are particles here and particles moving there. When you describe a computer in the functional description, you describe it in terms of functional states and the functional specification or configuration of that system. These functional states are actually defined in terms of equivalent sets of physical states. And this is a really important concept. We're going to a higher level description, ignoring the difference in certain physical states, and we'll describe it that way. Let me show you in a picture. First, before I show you that, we're looking at a very simplified model of computing and so forth here. We're just going to look at one input, gives us a direct output. And I'll explain the complexity later on. So on the left, we have the input state, and on the right, we have the output state. Input goes to output. Very simple way to understand things. So let's have a look at the next slide. Sorry, I lost my connection there. What is this functional description for a computer? Well, as I say, we ignore the position of the atoms and them moving around in the electrons, and we tend to describe the physical computer in terms of voltages. This memory chip, this memory cell, has a voltage of 0.2 volts, or this wire has a voltage. So this is another description of a computer above the physical level in terms of these voltages in the particular memory cells, for example. And of course, when you go from the input here, 0.2 volts, you may go to another state, 0.9 volts. But again, that's just really an abstraction over the lower level states. Lots of different atoms running around in different directions could make equivalent to 0.9 volts. So the ones down the bottom are showing you there's a whole lot of equivalent physical states which correspond to 0.2 volts. And there's a whole lot of equivalent physical states which correspond to 0.9 volts. But we ignore that detail and just look at the top. So when the system actually goes from input to output, it could go from this physical state to that physical state inside the set, or it could do a different one, or it could do a different one. We don't really care about that detail. We just care at the functional level, it goes from 0.2 volts to 0.9 volts. That's a functional description. Someone who's interested in electronics would probably look at that sort of description. That's the functional description of a computer. But where it gets interesting now is when we step up one level to this symbolic level description, in symbolic states and rules. Here we have symbols which are referring to things and rules which describe how they change. So have a look again at our diagram. Now we think of this computer as a symbol system. We have a symbolic state, 0 or 1. And that 0 or 1 in memory cells could be anything less than 0.5 volts. So if it's 0.4 or 0.2 or 0.3, we don't care. We say it's a 0, a false or a 0 bit. And going from input to outputs, we can say, okay, we go from 0 to 1, there's a rule. If 0, then 1, because it's wired up in this way. We don't care whether the final state is 0.6 or 0.9. We ignore that detail and just say it goes from a 0 to 1. So now we're thinking about bits. We're working at a symbolic level in terms of symbolic states and the rules which say how they transfer or change. So this is the symbol level, and this is the level we sort of program computers at, and we'll get back to that. As I said, it doesn't matter the states below. We don't care about the details. Of course, it is going from one physical state to the next, but we just treat them as equivalent at this symbolic level. Now, the last level is the semantic level. This is the highest level where we talk about semantic states and principles of operation. So we had physical laws, we have rules, and now we have principles of operation. Semantic states are similarly defined in sets of equivalent states, of equivalent symbolic states. And the principles describe how you go from one semantic state to another semantic state. This shows you in a computer, at the top there we have this semantic level. Now we represent the symbols below in quotes. But how do you sort of represent a semantic state? We sort of put them in brackets. So on the left for the input state we have 4 plus 2. But that's equivalent to a number of different symbolic states we could be in. It could be in 4 plus 2 or 3 plus 3. It doesn't matter what those symbols are, they're all equivalent to the concept of 4 plus 2. And when you use that 4 plus 2 semantic state, it goes to the semantic state of 6. And that could be represented in different ways as well. It could be the number 6 or it could be written word 6. We don't care. So again, we've gone to a higher level of description, which is more easier to understand and more useful, the semantic level. The semantic level is also called the knowledge level. So, and again, we go at that symbolic level still there. It's not gone away. We can go from different symbolic states, but we ignore that and just say we go from the 4 plus 2 to the 6 state. So this is what computational systems are. A physical system with 3 levels of abstraction above that physical level. Going from functional states to symbolic states with rules to semantic states with principles of operations. And computers are computational systems, as I've shown. They have these 3 levels of description, and the symbols can refer to things, and the symbols can be consistent. So computers are computational systems, and this is what we mean. What is a computer? It's a computational system. So why are they computational systems? As I mentioned, they have these 3 different levels. The functional level with the voltages and the functional specification, the symbolic level with the symbols and the rules of behavior, sort of like the code, and the semantic level with the concepts and the principles. Now, the nice thing about this is these higher levels of description can ignore the lower level details. And you get much more value from a higher level. If I told you, all the atoms in this thing were this organised, you couldn't tell me much about the thing. But if I told you a higher level description, it's more useful to you. And this is why we do the levels of abstraction. Now, computers aren't the only things that are computational systems. Of course, a calculator, it's almost like a computer. But even a physical calculator like this is a computational system. It's just got a different implementation. It's not implemented in terms of electronics. It's basically implemented in terms of mechanical states and mechanical configuration. But we abstract over those mechanical states to say there's a symbol. If the button's up this high or above this level, then it's a 1, or if it's down below this level, it's a 0, or so forth. So we can implement a computational system in a mechanical system as well. And this gives us a good hint that possibly we can implement the brain in a non-biological system, because we're abstracting above that biology to the functional, to the symbolic, and to the semantic levels. And again, in a calculator, the semantics are pretty clear. The semantics of a calculator are the number states. We don't care how the number's represented in the calculator, whether it's buttons or number or a screen. And the principles of operations for a calculator are mathematics. The add operation, the minus operation, the multiply operation. And the symbols need to be constructed to obey those particular semantics to build a functional calculator. So we have lots of different computational systems, calculators, computers, and others. But the big question now is to ask, what am I? And what are you? And I want to make the claim that we're a computational system as well, and try and explain that. Now, when I'm starting here, I'm starting from certain assumptions, which you may disagree with, but these are my assumptions. My assumption is that basically we're a biological information processing system. We don't have electrons running around in our brain, in our neurons, we have ions running around doing some similar stuff. But basically it's a wiring system to make our information processing happen. So we're not assuming there's any sort of ghost in the machine or souls or spirits. We're saying everything about us needs to be explained in terms of this biological information processing system. And we want to try and do that now. So of course, here's a physical system, my son. We can describe him in a physical states and physical laws. But we're not interested in the whole body, we're interested in just the brain. So we can have a physical level description of the brain, its physical states, and physical laws that say how those states will change. Because of course the brain operates under the physical laws. It can't break those laws. But we want to have a look inside that and say, hey, what's inside the brain? Well, there's these neuron things, like the wiring. And basically, if you don't know about it, they have connections at the end where other neurons connect to. They add up all the symbols coming in. If it goes over a certain threshold, then the neuron sends out a signal. If it doesn't, it stays pretty quiet. So this is the sort of mathematical equation on the right. But that's how neurons look like. Inside our brain, there are apparently 80 billion neurons. It's down on, we used to think it was 100 billion, but they did some more studies and we've got 20 billion less. But it doesn't make us any less smart. We can still do a lot with 80 billion. It's a complex network of these neurons in the brain. So how do we look at this in terms of computational systems? The first thing is, of course, that physical level description I mentioned. Physical states and physical laws. The brain obeys physics. It can't not obey physics. And it goes from state to state. But now when it gets interesting, we talk about the functional level description of the brain. So we're going to abstract away from those physical states and say, let's talk about the firing rate of a neuron. Not about where all the ions and atoms are inside the neuron. But let's abstract away and we can say the neuron is firing at this rate or that rate or this rate or that rate. It's usually a low rate or a high rate. And the way the actual brain is configured is sort of wired. So its functional specification is sort of like the wiring of a computer circuits. But now it's the wiring of these neurons. So when we look at the brain, we can abstract over those physical states and say, this neuron here is firing or not firing. That's the input. And then the output has some sort of rule set up because of the configuration to be firing or not firing. So we're abstracting over the physical states to get a functional description in terms of firing rates of the neurons. Now, as I say, we're looking at simplified systems here. We're not going to actually look at complex systems. So It's more here just an input-output. We're not looking at the complexities of all the parts of the brains just yet. Input and output. So when we're in a particular input state, we go to an output state. That's the symbolic, now look at the symbolic level description. The symbolic level abstracts above those firing rates. So we don't care whether the firing rate is 10 firings per second or 5 firings per second. If it's low, that's considered a 0. Now if it's very high firing rate, 20, 30, 50, 100 firings per second, then we consider it a 1. So we've got this on and off switch again, sort of like a bit. But of course, neurons aren't bits. They're very unreliable and they tend to work in collections. But for our abstraction here, just think of them as a single bit in the brain. So the brain is configured to go from symbolic state to symbolic state. One neuron turns on, the other one turns off because of their connections. We can ignore the details of all the firing and just think about these symbolic states, the higher level description. So what about the semantic level? Well, now we can abstract again over those symbolic states and say, hey, down the bottom here we have some inputs coming into the computer. Maybe the input is something like you see a cat, or you hear a cat, or you read the word cat. You know, lots of inputs, lots of bits are firing in your brain when you see a cat. That's the symbolic level, seeing a cat. But up the top there, we now have this semantic state. Oh, we're seeing a cat. We don't care whether it's this cat or that cat or how we see the cat. Our brain says we'll operate the same way no matter what the different symbols are. And what we're going to do in this simple case is announce the cat. Hey, there's the cat. But we also don't mind how we announce the cat. We could say cat, or we could write cat, or we could shout cat. Again, input goes to output. We don't care how the symbols work as long as it is consistent with this semantic level. That's the semantic level description of how the brain works. See a cat, you announce a cat. Just to make it clear, on the left is our input, on the right is our output. So we see this cat, we shout cat. But hey, it could be a different cat. It's a different symbol, but the same semantics to us in our operation is that it's just a cat, so we'll say cat. And of course, you could say cat in sign language rather than saying cat. It doesn't matter, these different symbolic operations are still equivalent enough we're announcing there's a cat. And it could be a whole lot of different cats, and we could say things in different ways and so forth. So the semantic level describes this higher level. You're seeing this concept of a cat, and you're reacting to it in a certain way. So brains are computational systems. They have those 3 levels of descriptions we talked about before, the symbolic and so forth. The functional level, the symbolic level, and the semantic level. And again, these higher levels of abstractions are very useful. Another example, you see a fire. Of course, your action may be, scream out, fire. But your conceptual or semantic level could be, if we see danger, then sort of panic or do something like that. So it doesn't matter to us whether we see the smoke, we still may shout fire. And it doesn't matter whether we shout fire or we run away. Okay, we're doing something, equivalent action, or dial 911. Again, at the semantic level, the behavior is described as you see a fire or you hear fire or whatever fire, you panic or do something. So that's the semantic level description of the brain. Now, if we say a brain is a computational system, and I hope you're sort of convinced a bit there, the key thing to note here is that it explains everything, but it also explains nothing. What does it explain? Well, it explains what type of system the brain is. It's a computational system. That's really important. It explains how the human behavior works. We have these different levels which abstract over each other. And it provides an operational definition of meaning. What is the meaning of the cat? It's all these different symbolic behaviors which are equivalent to that. We're abstracting over the set of symbols. That's very important. Things it doesn't explain, it doesn't tell us the complete wiring of the brain. We're still working that out, trying to understand the functional architecture of the brain. And it doesn't explain how brains learn, which is a very important thing we'll see soon. Now, calculators don't learn, but brains do learn. So let's talk a bit about now how we could maybe implement a mind, which is the running program of a brain. And there are 2 different approaches. There's the classical approach, the old-fashioned approach, which was classical AI, You may have heard of expert systems. These were symbol systems. They worked with symbols like cat and dog and produced responses like, say, hello or whatever. And there are these new connectionist ones or neural network approaches. These were different. They were sort of lower level. I want to explain how they differ in terms of this computational model. So first of all, we said that a classical digital computer and a brain are both computational systems. They both have three different levels, symbolic and semantic. They're similar in that way. But how are they different, a classical digital computer? The difference is this. When we program a classical digital computer, we program at the symbolic level. So the computer wiring is set up for us, and we program by saying, here comes the symbols and the rules which will say how those symbols change, which is your code. But the mind doesn't have a program at the symbol level. It's only programmed at the functional level, the wiring that the genes specify. So where do the symbols come from in the brain? They're actually learned. These symbols and the rules which say how they move from one to the other, your behavior, actually emerges as you learn and watch the environment. And the semantics emerge as well. So the symbols emerge and the semantics emerge. This raises a big question for me. Are minds Turing equivalent? We've had a look on the left-hand side. Classical AI, the symbols there will match the symbols in a Turing machine. Yes, it's like a Turing machine. But on the right-hand side, when we start off with a mind, there are no symbols. And these symbols emerge and they're continuously changing. And the rules are emerging and changing. But a Turing machine says we have these particular symbols and these rules. I claim that's not really a Turing machine equivalent because it's defining and emerging symbols rather than having them specified. But how do we actually, or the similarities now between a neural network type solution, a connectionist AI, and the mind. When we set up neural networks with AWS or your own programming, you're basically specifying the functional level, how these artificial neurons are connected, and then it tries to learn. So it learns symbols. I can recognize a cat and say cat. So it's very similar to the mind, specified at the functional level. Now, when we're trying to implement one of these artificial neural networks at the functional level, how can we implement it? Well, we could make our own neurons, but we tend to like to use a classical computer to implement a neural network and run it. How does that work? This shows you what actually happens here. What actually happens, we use a classical computer program, a symbolic system. So you write some code, but the code you write, the symbols in your program, are not equivalent to the symbols in the mind or the connectionist system. The symbols you use in your program match the functional level of the connectionist system. So you're using your symbols to specify the firing rate of the neurons, not the symbols themselves. So we're using symbols at a different level. That's why they're not equivalent. So we can implement these connectionist systems in classical AI symbol systems, but we're implementing them by implementing their functional level. Okay, so this is what the conclusion of my sort of research was, my PhD and so forth. There are two different types of computation. There's what I call discrete computation. This is where you specify in your program everything up to the symbol level. So you write the program in terms of symbols to define some semantic level. You're writing some calculator code to make a calculator implement mathematics. Discrete because the rules are chunky. If this, then that. The symbols are precise and static. I call it discrete computation. The brain, however, as I'm trying to imply to you here, is different. I call it continuous computation because, again, it's only specified at the physical and the functional level. The symbols and the semantics emerge as a result of learning. I'm trying to show you there the wiggly symbols rather than square boxes, preset values. The symbols emerge and your definition or understanding or operational behavior with regards to cats change as you learn about cats and you see more cats. Your brain always changes and the symbols and the rules are in continuous dynamic flux and evolving continuously. So continuous computational systems. So there we go. I hope I've shown you or given you an idea that I'm a computer, a computational system, and you are too. But to be more precise about this, I'm a continuous computational system, and you are too. So we're not like a classical computer program with symbols. We're like a continuous computational system with emerging symbols and emerging rules and emerging semantics. And of course, the learning has to be good to ensure we actually emerge and learn things properly. Okay, so that leads us to the big question now, what is I? And this, we're going to get some audience participation in this one. So what is I? Well, what are we? There's a lot of things that people talk about when they talk about I. They talk about awareness, self-awareness, free will, qualia. If you don't know what that means, we'll explain it in a second. And consciousness, of course. These are the big questions. The consciousness one is called a CLM, career limiting move. If you start to researching consciousness, then your chances of success and getting a good promotion and so forth are very low. Although it's becoming more popular these days, people are doing a lot of research in it. So what do all these mean, in particular with regards to computational systems? The first one, awareness, I think is quite easy if you think about it computationally. If you're aware of something, say in your environment, it basically means you show consistent and appropriate behaviour with respect to perceptions of it. So for example, if I'm aware of this microphone, I know not to touch it, and I know if I need to touch it. My symbols are working properly in a nice, semantically consistent way. But if I aren't aware of that microphone and I bump it, I haven't been aware of it. My system, symbols and so forth wasn't aware of that. So my behaviour to it wasn't appropriate or successful in terms of what I was doing. Similar with seeing objects, other objects in the world. So awareness is about really having some computational semantics which are appropriate for the things you're trying to be aware of. Are these three levels there? Now there's a classic example of where this goes wrong. There's a famous book in research. It says the man who mistook his wife for a hat. He had a brain disorder and he thought his wife's head was a hat and was trying to put it on. Very sad, of course. But I hope you see what this means. It means it hasn't got the right symbols and the right semantics for the hat, so the behaviour is inappropriate. So it's failed. So he hasn't really got this awareness of a hat for what it really is. It hasn't got the computational levels set up and working correctly. True story, you can read about that, a book by Oliver Sacks. What about self-awareness? Well, it's the same sort of thing, but as you go through life, of course, you see your body with you, it's all around there, and you start to behave consistently with regards to your body. So you're aware of yourself being with you all the time. Self-awareness is consistent and appropriate behaviour with respect to internal and external perceptions of yourself. So I see this thing here, and I'm set up correctly, I've learnt correctly, this is my hand, it's not someone else's hand, right? And I know I can control it and do things with it. As I mentioned here, it's not just external stuff. When you talk externally, you can hear yourself, but also we have this loop going on in our head where we can actually hear ourselves. We can talk internally, our mental dialogue. This is an example of a computational system as well. Are you responding to your thoughts appropriately with new thoughts and so forth? So again, computational awareness of your environment and awareness of yourself, self-awareness. I think they're not too hard. When it gets more difficult, or a bit more difficult, is free will. Okay, so everyone says, what is free will and whatever, and they have all these ideas, and we need some soul or spirit to make us be able to make decisions. When I come down to it, I think it's pretty easy. What is free will? Free will is making decisions and taking actions based upon your current inputs and your past experience. Okay? What else could it be? All right, so you're making a decision. You ask me now, what do you want for lunch, lamb or fish? Something's happening in my brain based upon the inputs you gave me and the experience I have. Some process is going along to actually produce a result. I want fish. Okay? That's what free will is. We're making, again, it's a mechanical, biological machine making a decision. Nothing fancy there. Now, it does mean somewhat that we're deterministic, which people don't feel, well, I can't make my own decisions. Well, how do you make your decisions? You make them based on current inputs and your past experience. What else could you want? And don't worry, even though it is deterministic, there's lots of non-linearity in the system, lots of noise and quantum indeterminacy. You could never predict what someone's going to say or do at that sort of level. So free will, I think, is also not difficult. Where things get very difficult is when we talk about qualia. Don't know if you've heard about qualia, but it's the philosophical concept of what's it like to. So we can behave consistently with respect to things. There's a certain difference when you feel what it's like to do something or see something. That's what we want to talk about now. We're going to talk about what's it like to feel pain? What's it like to see? And what's it like to see red? And we'll try and see, no pun intended, whether these things relate to the computational approach we've looked at for the human mind. So this is where we have to ask the controller to please lock the doors. We can do some experiment with pain. And we ask, are there any volunteers here who want to experience some pain? No volunteers, so everyone can do it. All right. So I promise some pain. So get ready. What I want you to do, please, get your arms all limbered up. Get your arms free, put your phones down. I want you to pinch yourself. On your arm somewhere, pinch very hard, not too hard, don't make some damage, but so you can feel it. See that word there? Feel it. Okay, so you pinched your arm. What happened then? The question is, where is the pain? You felt something, pain, but where is the pain? And most of the time you say, oh yeah, it's in my arm. I can feel me pinching there. But remember what's happening here. All that's happening is there's a detector there which is sending an electrical signal up to your brain. So when it gets to your brain, it's just a on or off. There's no pain in that signal. So where does the pain come from? It's not in your arm. The pain is in your mind. Your mind is constructing this pain. For a good reason, of course, because maybe you've got a knife on your arm or you're pinching too hard or so forth and wants to stop you. But you're feeling this pain. So pain is constructed in the mind. Quite interesting to think about. All right, another experiment. What does it feel like to see red? Or what does red feel like? So the question here is to look at something red. I don't know if you can see something red around. Anyone got some red on? If not, we can look at this. So look at this red dot and think, what does it feel? It feels like something to look at red, doesn't it? It feels like red. What does that mean? Remember what's happening here, it's just electrical signals in your brain. But somehow your brain is constructing this thing that it feels like red. This is a big puzzle. This is the qualia puzzle. What does it mean to feel like or to see red? Now, lots of answers, possible answers to this, but another thing here, and my hypothesis is when you're sitting back and you're looking at red, what you're actually doing is behaving in a way consistent with all the states of different reds. And you're giving that a label. Doesn't matter whether it's light red or dark red or this shade of red. Your semantics are, this is red. So you're identifying it as red and you're saying, I'm feeling red when I'm looking at that. Again, it comes to this computational approach, different levels up to semantics. It doesn't matter what the symbol is, different types of red, the semantics, it's red. And you're responding to the fact, yes, I'm seeing red. It's a red thing and it feels like red. Not totally convincing that. I don't know if you don't believe me on that. I'm not totally convinced yet, but that's the feeling I have. It gets a bit weirder. What about black? When you don't see anything, it looks black. But why does it feel black? Why couldn't it be white? You know, what defines something as white? Or you say, well, it's because there's lots of light. But we're looking at it, we see it's white, but why couldn't we see it as black? It's almost arbitrary whether you have white or black when we feel it to be white or black. But of course we need something to be able to distinguish them, so these are what we've basically got. I think you could swap them around and everything would still work fine. It would be a sort of negative colour system rather than a positive colour system. So this brings us to the last little experiment, what it feels like to see. Now this experiment is important. Please close your eyes. Everyone closing their eyes. And hopefully you can't see anything. It's pretty dark, although I may see some white spots and so forth. And at the count of 3, I want you to open your eyes. 1, 2, 3. Now you're seeing here, right? You're experiencing, you can feel what it looks like to see. Now the really important point here is your behaviour could be consistent with seeing. I could notice this microphone's here and act appropriately. But it's almost like a step up to say, yes, I'm behaving consistently, but it actually feels like something to see. And that's the tricky point about this qualia. It feels more than just behaving consistently. Of course, when you think about it, you go from black to seeing something. Really, you know about what happens in there. We ask the question, what does it mean to see? Everyone will give you a description of, yes, we have the image coming through the lenses in the eyes. It's sort of inverted. It goes into the back of the brain. That's just like the wire coming up your arm. It's not really important because at the end, it's just electrical signals at the back of your brain. How does your brain turn those electrical signals into this experience that I feel like I'm seeing things? It's more than just behaving consistently. So we have this, but how do we get the fact that, yes, I'm seeing something? Similarly, we can look at bats. Bats are a bit different. Of course, they don't look with normal sight. They use echolocation. So what's it like to see as a bat? We don't really know. Is it like that? Or do they see it more like, we'd guess, closer things are brighter? A different way of perceiving the world. What does it feel like to be a bat is a question that philosophers often ask. Okay, the last one here is tricky. It's consciousness, and I'm running out of time. We've mentioned all these things. So consciousness is often involved with all of these, but there's something more than just behaving consistently. People suggest that consciousness could live in the microtubules of the neurons, these very small things inside the neurons. I think that's just putting the problem down a level. Others think that it could be to do with quantum mechanics. We need quantum mechanics to be conscious. I think that's just, again, putting the issue away. We know we're a biological system. The consciousness didn't come in there because of quantum mechanics, it came through evolution. And the last one says, well, maybe the world consists of space and time. Yes, we agree. Energy and matter. Yes, that's the universe. But now maybe there's a third thing called consciousness. And a lot of physicists now are believing this because they couldn't see other ways of explaining consciousness. But again, to me, when I look at the evolution of the species, I think, where did consciousness come in? It wasn't some time that the universe jumped into our head and made us conscious. It's more about the physical architecture and function of the brain. So I put here a computational theory of consciousness. Basically, it's got to do with self-awareness. So you act consistently with regards to your states, like seeing red or seeing or pain. I think you can get most of it out of that, but maybe not all. The last thing here to look at is how do we make robots conscious? That's the whole idea. We want to make AI systems. We can make computational AI systems. But how can we make a robot that actually has consciousness? Now, these are robots with cameras, like eyes. They can see and behave consistently, but do they actually feel like they're looking, as we do? So here's our robot. We can make that robot work well. When it turns its cameras on, it can avoid the cars and this sort of stuff. But will the robot say that it actually can feel that it's seeing things? How can we make that actually happen? And again, I think basically we use this computational theory. We design our robots not just to behave consistently with regards to the inputs and so forth, but to be self-aware of the fact that they are seeing. They can see red and they can feel pain. And then our behaviour becomes consistent with us actually feeling like we're seeing. So I say, yes, I can see. I can see things. I can feel it. So basically, again, taking the computational approach, but I won't go into that. I haven't got time. That's about all there. I'll leave a second or two for... I'll just jump through this because I haven't got time to do that. Questions. Just to summarise... I didn't want to do this. Sorry. To summarise what we've seen, and maybe you agree or don't agree, I've explained what a computational system is, a system that allows 3 levels of description, has symbols that represent things, and maintains semantics under transformations. I've talked about von Neumann computers are discrete computational systems, and the brain and connection of systems are more like continuous computational systems. I've talked that being a computational system allows us to operationalize, explain things like awareness, self-awareness, and possibly qualia and consciousness as this consistent level of behaviour. But importantly, if any of you are working in robotics or AI, the real question is how can we make robots truly human-like? We'll need to make them computational systems, but also aware, self-aware, and have feelings and consciousness. So we can already make lots of robots that are very smart and can do things, but can we make robots that actually feel pain? Maybe that's useful in an evolutionary approach or a programming approach, so it's aware of the fact that it's got a knife in its leg or something like this. Can we make robots that can actually see and be aware of seeing, not just behave consistently with what it means to see? And I had a bit of trouble finding an image, but can we make robots that are happy and joyful? Okay, not many robot photos show them being happy. We haven't tried to make them feel like they're happy. So all right, that's about all there. So I have any questions or quick questions? A lot of stuff, but hopefully it provided some explanation of what it means to see and to be computational. Yep.
Okay, first question.
So just on your first point, you said that there might be an advantage for having an AI system actually feel consciousness, right? But is there really any advantage to doing that?
Very good question, very good question. Is there any advantage to actually feeling something rather than just behaving consistently? You know, we could, if someone puts a knife in our leg, we could behave consistently and pull it out and not even be aware of it. In fact, when you're sleepwalking, people sleepwalk and they do eating and everything when they're asleep. So they're not conscious, but they're behaving consistently. So it's a really good question, and I believe there must be some evolutionary advantage to know you're in pain, maybe even to learn from that experience. So it's not just behaving consistently, you're aware of the fact, yes, that was pain, maybe I can change my behavior and so forth. So evolutionary, I think, why are they here? And probably because it makes us a fitter species to survive.
I think the only difference you'd see is that the AI system would write a Wikipedia page about qualia. I think that's the only difference that would see, provided that it didn't have
that could be true, but we have a lot of feelings. You know, we feel what it's like to see. We feel what it's like to be read. We feel pain. Why not? If we didn't feel pain, we could just do the stuff without feeling it. Would that be okay? I think there's something to that, feeling pain. You really learn something from it. As I say, it's more like it's a higher level abstraction. Doesn't matter what sort of pain it is, we're just learning to respond to pain. But it's an open question.
Just going to add that we are moving into lunch, so
sure. We're finished.
We have plenty of time for questions. I think I'm going to trespass on Dr. Ashley's time here and ask you to stay. But if you did want to make a move and grab your lunch now, you'd be very welcome to do so. I see we have a question here.
Thank you. Just quickly, top-down versus bottom-up AI, and how's the development going along that, as well as with artificial intelligence?
So top-down is probably that symbolic approach,
yes,
right? And I think it suffers from its fragile. You can write some rules, but they don't actually work in every case, so it breaks and doesn't work properly. That's what we found with expert systems. Whereas bottom-up, when things emerge, they tend to be more stable and they can handle things which aren't exactly what you predicted. So bottom-up is definitely the way to go, and we see all the stuff we're seeing from AWS and the phones have neural networks now. It's emergent and learning these things.
What about teaching an artificial intelligent being ethics and morals?
This is where it comes back to, I think, a bit more about language and words and what do they mean and what consequences they have. You know, language is just behavior. So I can say I'm moral and I can say it 100 times. Doesn't mean I'm going to behave morally, right? It doesn't control our behavior. Language is just a behavior. So.
But the correlationship between that language and the behavior and the consistency between the two.
Sure, but it doesn't have to exist. There are many criminals who think of themselves as good people and honest, and they go and commit crimes. So it doesn't. We're not driven by our logic. We're driven by the behavior we learn and experience. And I missed a section there on describing complex behavior. Just briefly, I believe we actually learn by just seeing patterns and replaying those patterns using very complex hierarchical association engine, as I call it. So we're just behaving what we've seen and we replay those behaviors over and over. And we, doing anything, it's basically just replaying behaviors in certain contexts. So language is that. I learn to say things and I...
Last question, neurodiverse individuals.
Well, out of my scope there, out of my scope. We've all got different brains with different functions and in different areas and different abilities to abstract and different learning rates. So there's a wide variation, but I would call them all computational systems. So, oh, sorry.
Hey, really good talk.
Thank you.
I agree with you. I think there's probably a lot of scientific benefit to be gained by potentially giving consciousness and certain other sort of like metaphysical abilities for robots to be able to do. But in the scientific community, we're typically bounded by sets of rules of not just what we can do, but what we should do. So how do you feel, what the ethical implications might be of giving the robot the ability to feel pain?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. If you think of us as just machines experiencing pain, we're just machines experiencing pain. Robots are just machines experiencing pain. We know, we've made a guess that it's biologically or evolutionary advantage to feel pain. If we give that an ability, then we put pain on them. It's the same as putting pain on a person. So you have to take a consideration of that. Because it's really innate. That feeling of pain is so deep and so strong in your system that it's sort of a part of you. So if you make pain or hurt a robot, then the same sort of thing. So you'd be responsible for it, I guess. Lots of good questions, thank you.
I was wondering what your feedback would be on the call out that the Google AI may or may not be Sentinel.
Yeah, sure.
So what are your thoughts on that?
So I don't know anything about the project particularly, that one they were talking about, but it's mainly what they're doing, they're training these systems on large amounts of text to respond with text. So they learn lots of context, which is what I was going to explain in the extra slides there. Your cortex is basically a hierarchical context engine. So it learns if you're in this context, in this context, in this state, you say this. And this is what they did. They put lots of training on if you see this sentence, you say this sentence, and you have huge millions and millions of training. But the problem there again is they're working at that symbolic level, all right? The saving grace is they don't have if-then rules, there's statistics between the symbols. If you see this symbol, then statistically this one's more likely than this one. So they're sort of halfway between the continuous and the discrete. They're sort of halfway there. The symbols are fixed, but their rules are sort of continuous and change with learning. So whether it's conscious or not, again, I guess we'd come back to consciousness again is different than this being computational. I think it would be a computational system. It understands when you say it's raining, oh yes, I'll take my umbrella. So it's behaving consistently at the symbolic level, so it understands the semantics of raining and umbrella. But the issue there, and this was just reminded me, I had an extra slide, is that AI system is not grounded. And what I mean by grounded is we actually experience rain and see rain. It's just getting text in and text out. So it really doesn't know what rain is. It's just saying what it needs to say to respond correctly to that rain. So I think it understands rain in its concept of rain, defined by its semantics and symbols, but it's not grounded like a real robot would be and can experience rain. So I think they're computational, but I wouldn't go so far as to say they're aware or self-aware or conscious. It's just this the semantics are there because we've learned so much, but I wouldn't call it sentient.
Are you comfortable for some more questions?
Happy to, if people have some questions.
With the different levels of abstraction of physical, functional, etc., there, do you think the different levels have any irreducible emergent properties, or they're just useful abstractions at each level?
I'm not really sure. I don't have an answer to that. Irreducible properties. Now we know the symbolic level needs to represent. It's just the abstraction is so important. I think that's the most important aspect of this. And I sort of alluded to it. I had a question, I use it when I'm trying to explain abstraction to people, how useful it is. If I told you there are 10 billion atoms here, and this is how they're all configured, I gave you the exact location, and I said, that's the car I want, go and buy it. You wouldn't even be able to tell me what colour the car is, let alone what model and what engine. So although you have all the detail of the physical system, every little specific detail, you're losing what you get at the higher level. So ignoring the detail can actually be more useful than the lower level. So that's what we get from the abstractions. Having that symbolic level says we can ignore the functional states. And writing the symbols so we get consistent semantics is the benefit. But I don't know of any irreducible properties of these different levels particularly.
So it's a limitation of like the human mind or the processing as opposed to reality itself.
Yeah, the human brain is learning symbols and learning semantics, and it's wired at a neural level so that it eventually learns something which is consistent and allows us to survive in the world. You know, you could be programmed wrong, so you then come out with wrong semantics and you're bumping into everything and you can't talk and you get your wife and try to put her on your head. That wouldn't work. But luckily our learning tends to end us up with a semantic system that is useful. That's what evolution has given us. And that's what AI is trying to do, build systems that learn from experiences and become useful. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Happy
thank
to answer
you.
any other questions if you want, but thank you, Hannah.
Great talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our offices. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Go.
we got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0. It's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster. You know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
Hey, bigger customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey, friends. I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our offices. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink Beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Yeah, whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality, everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our offices. We're looking
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Tell me the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it.
Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding, What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's troop.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. And we're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
I am Cassandra. I am a test automation specialist. Pink beret. As you can tell by the accent, I am French. Very prominent accent. So the beret completely makes sense. As for the pink, no matter the client, no matter where I was working, it always was a pink background with Hello Kitty riding a unicorn. It does not reflect who I am outside, clearly, but I think it brings a little bit of sparks and joy, and so yeah, so pink beret it is.
My name is Kong. I'm a consultant here at Planet. When people ask me how to pronounce my name, I always say, I'm not the king, but the Kong. But after joining Planet, I am the king and I'm the Kong.
Work to inspire is very something that we live by, I believe. We definitely see how much passion we have for quality and how much we want to convey this as a client. We don't just go for target, we always try to go a little bit further, and we try to inspire each other by learning new skills, having new challenges and taking them, and I think it's very inspiring.
Be better, build better. Personally, I always try to be better than yesterday. That's always been me, so I'm better than yesterday and I'll be better tomorrow.
I also got a lot of training opportunities on Planet because there's a vast library of training courses available that I can just access anytime. Before I joined Planet, like when you want to learn something, Google first, right? And then when you Google something, you always have to pay for something, and that's not what I want to do. So it's really good that Planet offers these free courses for me, and I don't have to feel pressured about buying something just so I can improve my skills and use them for work. Planet always encourages learning, and learning is a good way to just accelerate your career growth.
Top Gun of testing is it's awesome. It's really cool to be around people who are so passionate, so driven to do what they do, and who always want to learn and get better. I think that's really important, and I think it's going to be a driving factor going forward in the IT industry in general.
Top Gun is the best of the best, and for me, it's if you want to grow up in your career, you are at the right place because we have got all the training materials, right people, and right opportunities. Whatever you need to progress in your career, you have got everything in here to boost your experience and boost your personality. Everything in a compact pack. That's what Planet is for me.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
the best thing that's happened while I was gone.
I made sure Dad ate healthy like you said. He even tried the broccoli. Eat it. Then I helped him make his work much better. And we found the perfect outfit to wear to my party. But I really needed to wind down before bed, so I turned my hand into a starfish.
My best thing is you being back.
By applying market-leading technology solutions through our lifecycle services, we help clients realize business outcomes through our advice, integration, and operational services. MOQ Digital helps clients to fully understand their IT needs, adopt the right solution, and provide ongoing support to maximize their investment.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay. You can see me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Henselman's troop.
What do you want?
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0, it's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can't we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the Ultimate Keymaster, you know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our offices. We're looking
God,
at
this is like my dream come true. I always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how a company managed an overnight transition to remote work for 100,000 teammates. Ambition is how a children's hospital built an app to reduce stress for families. Ambition is how a law firm rallied against a malware attack to reclaim control and prevent a devastating breach of client confidence. At Insight, we know the power of ambition. We've grown from a small technology provider founded by two young brothers to a Fortune 500 company offering IT services and solutions for all. For more than 30 years, people have trusted us to turn ambitious projects into meaningful outcomes. What will your ambitious story be? Now is the time to do big things together. Now is the time to be ambitious.
My name is Carol. I'm a test engineer. My call sign is Special K. You might be familiar with it. You see it in cereal boxes. It's my call sign because I like eating. I eat a lot. When people see me, they always see me eating, and they always ask me, Carol, why are you eating? And I think that just when they see the cereal box, they say, okay, that's Carol.
Hi, I'm Joshni. I'm a test engineer. They call me Jester because I always have a smile on my face, whatever situation I'm in.
My name is Jaden. I'm an automation engineer here at Planet. My call sign is Digit because I'm a huge maths nerd. It is my primary major, but I often get called out on how I never, ever stop talking about maths. I just love maths.
How is everybody today? Yeah? Fantastic. Welcome. Welcome to our panel. I honestly wasn't expecting a full house, so this is fantastic. Welcome to our panel on flexible working and inclusive teams. Today we have 4 very talented, experienced and interesting panellists for you today. And I am not going to talk too much. I am hoping that I can get the panellists to intro themselves. And we'll have a great discussion. You can see a QR code sitting there. If you have any questions or you wish to upvote any of the questions that are in our current Slido moderated panel session, you can do so via that link. I am looking at them over here, and when I have a particular question, it will come up on the screen. Okay, so this is pretty dynamic overall. Let's have some fun. Okay. So if you don't know me, my name is Rebecca Waters. I am a software engineer now, people manager at a large technology company. I have here Ryan Oakley. Hi Ryan, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm a software developer who's neurodiverse. I have autism. I'm currently working on a cloud infrastructure team, again, for a large organisation. And as part of my work and in my free time, I do neurodiversity advocacy, where I really focus on the strengths they can bring to an organisation.
So, hi Tina, thank you for joining us on the panel. Tina is here as our industry expert.
Oh gosh. Thanks for that.
No problem, no problem. What else can you tell us about Tina, Tina?
Oh, okay. That was a lot of times you said my name there, in
Yeah.
case you didn't catch it, everyone. So I am Tina. I am CEO of a company called Valrose, which is a technology recruitment company. I'm looking at my two of my amazing team here. So we are fortunate enough to work with a lot of different businesses in hiring diverse teams and helping them make sure that they give them inclusive environments. And in my spare time, I am co-chair of Women in Technology WA. So yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, Tina. Louise, I actually work with Louise, and I said to her a few weeks ago, hi. Louise, would you like to do a bit of an intro?
Yeah. I also work at a large
Technology company, yeah, funnily enough.
I've obviously been in the industry for a long time. I've had a lot of roles, but I've been at TELUS for a very long time now and have enjoyed every minute of it. It's the first organisation where I came out as Aboriginal. It's a different sort of coming out, isn't it? Because I'm obviously not coloured. I was encouraged as a child to not identify, and so it's been an interesting journey through that while I've been at the organisation, and
That's you.
That's me.
Fantastic. And our final panellist today is Teresa. Hi, Teresa.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. A little bit nervous now that I'm sitting up here, but doing okay.
Now, Teresa, what's your field?
Yep, so I am a user experience designer. I'm a senior user experience designer at Moodle, which is an open source learning management system. And it's a global distributed team. I've only been there for about a month. Prior to that, I was a senior user experience designer at Bankwest. I also have 2 little boys who factor quite heavily into my life, as well as a lot of different creative hobbies. So another big factor of my life.
Fantastic. So I'm going to dive into some of the questions that are coming up on the panel. And the first one that I can see is, come on, yes. It's okay. I've got an excellent reading voice. If you inherit or join a team that is not at all diverse in terms of gender, ethnicity, etc., what can you do to improve that? You can't just fire a bunch of people and replace them. So what can you do instead? I think perhaps... I'm looking at everybody here. I know we've got a few people in leadership positions. Louise, would you like to have a think about that one?
Yeah, I think it's actually really an easy thing to think about. We're all different. We're all diverse anyway. Even if your team is full of white male, middle-aged males, every one of them will have a different background, different priorities in their lives, and you just look for the diversity, and you'll see it.
Yeah, that's a fantastic approach. Thanks, Louise. Tina, do you have some ideas?
It's a tricky one when you inherit a team. I think it's always easier to embed a culture that in a team that you build from scratch. But I think setting the intent of having a look around the table, I think I agree. Everyone has a different diverse thinking and acknowledging that, but also acknowledging the perspectives that you might not have around the table at that point. You know, I think someone's changed the phrase from culture fit to culture add. And I do really like that sense, because culture fit is expecting someone to fit into your organisation. Culture add is respecting what someone can bring to the table that you might not already have. And I think it's having a look at that, especially in technology, because you want technology to be fit for purpose for the demographic, multiple demographic, that you're targeting, whether that's your end users or your customers or businesses. So having diverse teams in tech is really important to make sure that tech fits everyone's needs. So, who haven't you got at that table, who haven't you got as part of that tech team, and make a conscious effort to make sure when you are hiring next that you are actively looking for people that can add to the people you already have. I think it's a longer process because no, you can't fire people and you shouldn't fire people because they are obviously there on merit. So I think that that's really important to state those values and that intent to make sure you've got that diverse pool around the table. And it soon becomes clear if you do have people within your team that don't buy into that concept, you'll find that they'll often self-select out if they're not on board with going down that journey as well.
Yeah, thanks, Tina. A really important point. Teresa, you work from home.
Yes, I do.
So I have a question here, and I do apologise. This is not my laptop. This is Amy's laptop. So Amy will be coming back in at some point to help me sign back in. So we're just going to listen to my voice and enjoy the pictures that Windows gives us. So I have a question here. If you're working from home, what's your morning routine? And do you use any time management?
Okay, so I've been working from home, like many of us, I suppose, who are able to, on and off for the past couple of years due to COVID. Also, as I mentioned, I have 2 young children, so I took leave. I had been intending to work from home to some extent, and my previous employer, Bankwest, was very, very happy to do that. So it has been for the past couple of years, but it was not an official, fully remote role. Moodle is my first pretty much remote first role. So I suppose I'm still kind of figuring out the routine now that it feels more permanent, even though I was effectively remote before. I imagine it changes for everyone. But for me personally, I end up getting up at about 6 because that's when my kids get up. So the way that it works for me is they watch TV, we eat some breakfast, then my husband looks after them while I go get ready and then get started. I usually try to get started fairly early so I can finish up early and have a bit more time with them. My day when I used to commute into the city used to involve a lot more getting dressed and thinking about what I was going to wear and putting on makeup, and now I don't really have that. My office is in my bedroom, so I have an extremely short commute.
Thank you. I do like that small commute. I hope you still manage to, get some me time in that commute a little bit. Ryan, I was hoping to ask you about your experiences with inclusive workplaces.
Well, I was very fortunate to find a very inclusive workplace. As someone with neurodiversity, it really comes down to finding a team where they're willing to take advantage of your strengths and finding a workplace where they're willing to make accommodations. So one small one is we have an open plan, like most companies do these days. And I can't concentrate very well if someone's behind me. So I always get the desk at the end of the row. And that may seem like a small thing to some people, but for me, I would be able to concentrate otherwise. I also, as I said, have a principal engineer who has a deep understanding of neurodiversity, and he knows what sort of projects to put on and where I can really excel. So for example, I really excel at depth and complexity.
Thanks, Ryan. That's, I think, fantastic to have that support network in your workplace, right? That's a little bit about what Tina was talking about there too. The next question is, how can you overcome the bias from a team that predominantly works 9 to 5 when you feel like you're the only one that is working flexibly? My goodness. So do we have some flexible workers on the panel? Yeah. Tina, Teresa, do you want to maybe give us some of your thoughts around this?
It's kind of a tricky one, I suppose. I've been lucky enough to work with managers who have really exemplified this, and I feel like that's really important to be demonstrating that they have particular boundaries or they need that flexibility, and they're not afraid to say so. And it's really important to have that then example for the team, so you can go, okay, it's all right for me to step out for a minute to do something. Or to work in a pattern which makes more sense for me as long as I'm getting my work done. I think it requires a lot of trust But I find that starting with small steps, I suppose, if you're the only person doing it, to create that trust, to show, look, sure, I'm not working a typical 9 to 5, but I've taken this small step. The world hasn't fallen down, everything is still getting done, and then you can continue taking those steps. And then as you're creating that example, then more people will be able to follow.
Yeah, I think the example setting is a really good point there, Teresa. It actually reminds me of my current manager, who's really vocal about when he's taking time out to visit the kids or to pick up the kids or to do something else, and that's a value that he portrays to let his team know that it is okay that you have a life. Yeah. We have another question here. Now, it feels a little bit similar. How can we create a flexible and inclusive work environment for teams in which some team members are required in the office at certain times and others would be able to work from home more flexibly? I'm looking at Louise here, actually, because we have some, in-office requirements at our work. What are some of the tools that we use there to manage that?
Yeah, we have people that have to work on site because of the nature of what they're working on, and the information can't leave the site, so they can't work from home. They work in the same team as people who don't have that restriction at one or other sort of time. So what we do is basically allow flexibility at any time, and just push the boundary of what we call flexibility, basically. So, if they need to do something during the day, they go and do whatever. If they want to work whatever hours, they work whatever hours. And if they've got an arrangement where they normally work from home on, say, a Wednesday, but this week they're working on classified on information that they can't take, they will just take that day another day if they want. So it's a matter of actually being flexible, not just using the words and having a policy of being flexible. I think there's a difference between having a policy of flexibility and having contracts that people sign up to be flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. And
versus
I like
actually being flexible.
Yeah, I like another point that you made there as well, which was about the team goal and keeping everybody is mindful of what that team goal is, and as long as you recognise that overall you're achieving that goal together, of somebody is in the office when they need to be, and we can manage that together. That's a really good mindset to have. That you're not there alone. You're not in this alone. Thank you. I have another question here, and thank you for some wonderful questions. I am trying to keep up with what comes at the top, so please bear with me. This one comes in. I am currently working remotely for a non-profit open source startup based in Amsterdam, and I'm the only Australia-based employee. How can I recommend, or how do you recommend I ask to be included, given everyone else is co-located? Wow. Do you want to?
I will try. That's
Yeah.
a big one, and it's a complex one. And I will hold my hands up and say I haven't managed international teams. So, but from my understanding is what I think the first thing you'd need to look at is what does inclusion look like for you? So I think you need to become clear of what does that look like for some, because otherwise they'll make assumptions and they might put things in place that are detrimental. Inclusion for you might be jumping onto a Teams chat at some point on a Friday to catch up with the team and have a quiz night or something. For other people that might be super cringe and you'd hate it. So I think being clear about what are the points that you need to feel included, and then go to them and state what they are like. And it may be that it's a couple of smaller things around being included on certain chats or asking for information that might be a water cooler conversation to be passed on. You know, just think of the things that are important to you and kind of be clear about what they are, I suppose, when you're having those conversations.
Yeah. Thank you, Tina. I love this one. Is it appropriate for a neurotypical straight white man to be pushing for diversity and inclusivity within a workplace? How can we best be allies to the cause? Love it. I love it. Now, none of our panellists are like right in that area, but Ryan.
I am the closest. This is actually a conversation I've had a lot, and the answer is, of course you can. But it's always good to make room for lived experience voices. It's also sometimes important for straight white men to start the conversation, because you can end up with a situation where, let's say you want to make your workplace more accepting of disability people, where that if people with disability or people with neurodivergence don't feel comfortable standing up. So sometimes you need someone who's, for lack of a better word, mainstream, to stand up and be the voice first. And once those lived experience voices come in, then you can start bringing them into the conversation and start putting them forward if they want to and feel comfortable with it.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. And I love how clear you were able to make that point, which shows that you are a champion to the cause and a great ally. The next question, oh wow, they just changed. So you are dynamically choosing what comes up next, and we're probably 1 or 2 questions until the end, so get those votes in. How do you balance the desire or the need for some staff to fully work from home and with the other desire and needs of others for face-to-face interactions, particularly for maybe people who feel isolated at home? In particular, in a single cohesive team. Now, Tina, you spoke on this just a moment ago, I guess, in terms of how to feel included. Is there anything that you would add?
I'd say that our team are a combination of extroverts and introverts, I think. So there's half of us just love working from home, and you know we get dragged into the office every now and then. The other half really miss that connection. So I think it's acknowledging both, and again being curious about what each other needs to feel that connection. You know, I think a couple of us could go 2 weeks with working with the odd check-in and still feel motivated where others don't. So we've come to the conclusion that mostly on a Monday and always on a Monday, but sometimes on a Friday, we will all be in the office together. That's our personal choice, and that's what we discussed and worked for us as a compromise to have those kind of, to accommodate for both the extroverts and the introverts across our team. So,
yeah, love it. Thank you. There have recently been experiments around the world of the effectiveness of the 4-day week. Oh, this is great. Do we have many people that work part-time with us today? Yeah, a fair few. Do you see it taking off in Perth? I might go to Tina and then maybe Teresa as somebody who does work part-time.
I'm still on the fence with it because I can see a lot of benefits, but also knowing my own personality type, I just think I would kill myself in those 4 days to still get the same stuff done, and I'd probably need that day just to recover from the 4 days that I try to put in. So I don't know. For me, jury's out still. I'd like to see a lot more evidence of how successful, in theory, and it feels like it's going to work, but I can see there may be some potential pitfalls with it. So I'd like to see a few more people experiment with it first before I commit to the team.
Teresa?
So I've been working 4 days a week since I started at Moodle, and I love it. Working part-time is amazing. It was kind of helpful to me in that I started to do this as I started a new job. So I wasn't taking my 5-day workload and attempting to squish it into a 4-day workload. I was starting with an entirely new one. So for me, that really helped. It's a little bit different because I'm electing to work 4 days a week. It's not the 4-day work week is the idea that you would be paid your equivalent salary or that's the main flavour of it, I suppose. But for that 4 days, and that is something which I assume would probably need a little bit more experimentation and a bit more proof to really become more mainstream, as Tina said.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. The next question is that I find it frustrating when leaders come back from parental leave and they want to work part-time only to be told that the role isn't available in this capacity. Is this outdated thinking, or should the business be more flexible with leadership roles? So we have 5 minutes left, and this is a good one. So we have a couple of parents up on the panel, and Tina, you have just come back from parental leave.
I have. So I have a 3-year-old who's in the wonderful childcare that DDD put on. Thank you very much for that. And I have a 5-week-old, who's at home with his dad. And I think that is such an outdated concept, like completely outdated. So I went to put my hand up when I work to say I work part-time, but I'm technically still on parental leave. So I'm not sure how that looks when I get back yet. But for me, I'm a leader of 2 organisations. So I lead Valrose as a CEO, and I lead Women in Technology WA as a co-chair. They both take up my time. I put in a lot of hours, but I think to say that you can't come back as a leader flexibly I think you're thinking more of a manager than a leader. I think if you're a senior leader, it's a perfect opportunity to come back as flexibly, because it's about being the driver of the culture, it's about setting the strategy, it's about trusting your team to kind of execute and do. And yeah, you may need to get in and get your hands dirty, but if you can't, I just think that it's an ideal role sometimes to be able to do that. And yes, it can be high pressure, but yeah, you should at that stage have really got a lot more comfortable with setting your boundaries, with managing your time and being able to do that. So I think it's an absolutely outdated concept, not outdated role.
Thank you, Tina. Are there any other people who would like to have a go at that question overall, or shall I move on? Okay. So our final question today is, how can remote teams build strong relationships with one another? Ryan, do you have some remote people in your team currently?
Unofficially, yes. So, because I work on a cloud team, they really don't like being in the office. The main way I see doing it is, it's good to have for lack of a better word, meme culture in teams. The other thing is, you don't need to be in person to have coffee. And also, if you can get in the habit of trying to get to the point where you're comfortable joking around and bantering with them within reason, that can really help as well.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So we do have time for one more question, and I am just live updating because at the moment the questions are like my questions, which is fine. The next one that I will ask then is flexible working constrained to time or place, and how else can workplaces be flexible? Now, Louise, I'm going to pick on you here because we have quite a robust flexible working policy and people that do a lot of different things. So I know that you've got some thoughts on how that can work.
Yeah. So we have a big policy.
It's too big, too many pages to read.
And you can tell us flex, place, time, whatever. I can't remember all of the things. But I think it's a matter of thinking about what it is that makes people's lives whole, and then ensuring that they get to that chance to do that. So using your policy to take away restrictions from people, and giving them back a lifestyle. So being able to work outside of normal hours, being able to work, start work, finish work in the middle of the day to do something with the kids, and then start working again later at home or whatever. All these things are very helpful for people.
Yeah, completely. I like the idea there where you're considering the whole self, and work is part of what we do. So how can we achieve our goals, personal and professional together, just our goals generally, and what can our workplaces do as part of one of those goals that we want to achieve, right? Because we all want to be there to some degree. So how can we ensure that we all actually bring our best selves? Yeah, fantastic. So we are actually out of time, would you believe? That went extremely quickly. It really did. Can I please ask you to warmly thank our panellists? If you would like to continue the conversation with anyone, I'm sure you can find them all on various memes or mediums. Memes, hopefully not memes, but maybe. I think I've seen a couple of GIFs already of me moving around on stage, hopefully no one else. So you can continue the conversation with our panellists at any time. And that's it. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Oh,
Go.
We got a little problem. As you know, our motto is, you need a professional bodyguard delivered to your door in less than half an hour, you got it, buddy. But without an app, ain't no bodyguard getting delivered nowhere. So, where are we with that?
The app is almost ready. We just need 3 more days?
We need it ASAP.
Okay, team, what's the status on the app?
We're good to go, except our login experience is a disaster.
We need something to keep our users' data private.
And to keep the hackers out.
And it needs to work flawlessly because...
Because I don't want to lose one single customer.
I hear you, so let's use Auth0.
Auth what now?
Auth0. It's an identity platform. Fast, easy logins, just what the boss wants.
Can we make our own authentication service?
Come on, the ultimate keymaster. You know we don't have that kind of time.
We need to confirm identities with passwords, fingerprint scans, whatever the users like to use.
Auth0 can do that.
Yeah, but it needs to be secure. We can't have our app compromised by breaches.
Not a problem.
And it needs to scale if we get hit with a ton of traffic. And if it stalls or freezes up, I will get fired.
We can do this.
Could you guys stop? That's really distracting. We did it.
It's done.
Already?
Yep.
And I think our customers are gonna love it.
I got a real app now, folks.
You know what? I want a bodyguard.
Hey, we got a customer.
Cool app. My name's Steven.
What's up, Steven?
We can do this.
Mark, where are you, Mark? Turn your camera on.
Okay, you can see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see you.
Hey friends, I'm Scott Hanselman, and I was told to give you a tour of my office. This is Nerds Nerding. What we're doing is we're talking to people all over the world because we're stuck in our houses. We're looking at
God, this is like my dream come true. I've always wanted to join Scott Hanselman's group.
What do you want?
Ambition is a fearless hunger for success. It drives us to challenge the way things are, to pursue what seems insurmountable, to keep going when others would stop. Ambition is how a global manufacturer is using AI to empower employees with disabilities. Ambition is how...
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back. If you could grab your seats, we've got some lightning talks, lightning-fast lightning talks. And I didn't get a biography, so I've just made this up after a very brief chat. I actually know Brendan, so I have a fighting chance. Brendan's coming to talk to us first for 10 minutes, followed by Dan, who's over here. Don. Autocorrect. Brendan is, in my words, not his, but possibly his too, who knows, a kick-ass consultant and a data magician. That's certainly what he was doing when we worked together. And then Don, not Dan, is a multiple hat wearer working in a homegrown Aussie quality consultancy and by all accounts doing an awful lot of stuff. So he might be a bit tired. Lots of energy for Don. Take it away, Brendan.
Thank you very much. Data magician in the sense that I make my data magically appear and disappear. So I'm going to be talking today about best practice and why we should ban it from our vocabulary. Forever. No excuses. So first of all, what is best practice? Best practice is defined in a couple of ways. So the dictionary definition is really around research and replicable replication of it, basically. A second definition I found was essentially following the same theme around replication, research, and really going through the different options and finding out what is best. However, that is often not what people mean when they talk about best practice. So first of all, I'm going to say that, again, I am a consultant. I work across a range of different industries, different clients, different teams, and across the board, everyone's doing things differently. Everyone thinks they're doing best practice, everyone's doing it differently. So that should say one thing in and of itself, that everyone thinks best practice, or what's best practice to their problem, is different. So what do people really mean when they say best practice? And I'm sure some people will recognize what they really mean in a few of their conversations, but a lot of the time people are saying, in conversations when they're deciding what solutions to go for, they're really just saying, well, this is what I know, so therefore this is what we should do. Or somebody else did it this way, therefore we should do it this way. But it doesn't really capture a lot of the intricacies that we face when we deal with a project within a company. So what organisation A did isn't necessarily what organisation B should do. So when we talk about best practice, it doesn't actually give any real information. We're not saying that this option is better because of X, Y, and Z. We're simply saying it's better because it's best practice. And you can't really argue with that. So to elaborate on that a little bit, when people talk about best practice, they really are using it often as a shield in these conversations. So kind of going, well, this is what I know, therefore I'll say it's best practice, and then they can't really argue with me because how can you argue against best practice? It's best practice. It's why it's called best practice. And that is a genuine conversation I've had. So People will also use this as a way to we'll also use it as a bit of a shield when they don't really understand what it is that they're trying to do as well. So people who, for example, trying to set up a data warehouse, they know they want a data warehouse. They don't really know what it needs to do and who it needs to be used for. So they start throwing around things like best practice. And they'll go, well, we need a Kimball star schema because it's best practice. And it's like, is that really going to meet our requirements? Is that really going to be useful for the end users? Like, what are we actually trying to do? Second of all, it gets often used to promote things. People, teams, organizations, they often want to say, yeah, I'm doing best practice, as almost a badge of honor to kind of say, well, we're doing better than you. But as I mentioned at the start, different organizations have different problems, different solutions. Everyone's doing things differently. You know, they're not necessarily saying some are doing it good, some are doing it bad. It's different because the environment's different. The people are different. The organization's different. The problems are different. The IT infrastructure is different. And finally, some people, especially in the leadership role, will often use the term best practice to kind of escape some of the responsibility. So they'll go, oh, we need a data warehouse. They don't want to make decisions around, well, what are we going to implement? What infrastructure are we going to use? They're going to say, well, we're going to implement best practice. And that really just erodes some of this, the team sort of makeup. You're not listening to different ideas, and it's really taking away their responsibility for the decision. You know, if something goes wrong, they go, well, it was best practice. You know, it's not my problem, it's best practice. So what are these problems really, what is this actually causing problems with our projects? First and foremost, it's really ignoring different ideas that are being put forward. If you put forward something, a different idea, people are often shooting it down because it's not best practice, or they don't deem it to be best practice. Again, I'm hoping the theme here is that there's no such thing as best practice, but a lot of people will discount things simply because they don't know it, therefore it's not best practice, therefore we shouldn't do it. With promoting, it often breeds a very toxic work culture where people's ideas are not shared and valued. It's very much about promoting, well, we're doing best practice, therefore we're better, therefore you should listen to us. And I've worked across many teams where this has actually occurred. And finally, avoiding this responsibility really does create a lack of leadership within the project team and even within the wider team of stakeholders. So overall, trying to take the concept of best practice is really removing that visibility and understanding on the ability to be able to articulate some of these concepts and the reasons why we should be doing something. You know, we shouldn't be doing something because it's best practice. We should be doing something because it solves A to constraints B for user C. So the ability to articulate solutions does create a few extra benefits that you can't really get when you start talking about best practice. First one is building trust. You start building trust with people when, so I'll take for example, if you start talking about best practice, you're not really creating a sense of trust with your users. You're saying, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Whereas if you explain the reasons why and you start engaging with clients and users, it starts to build some of this ability to generate the trust that they go, okay, this person does understand our problems, this person does kind of understand our solutions, maybe I should listen to him. Secondly, it generates buy-in. So going that extra step further than explaining why we're doing something rather than just using the term best practice, we start generating buy-in from different stakeholders, different users, people within the project group, because they understand why. Especially from a junior perspective, with junior people coming in, if we say, yep, you're doing that simply because it's best practice, they're not learning, they're not understanding why, they're not going that one step further to say, well, what is it that we're trying to achieve, and what are our constraints? What are some of these issues that we need to work through? And finally, we create a shared vision. So when people, if we do come across a problem, people can go, look, I know what we're trying to do, let me find a solution to that. And so they've got a better understanding as to what they're looking for. they can go that one step further. They can use their initiative because they're brought on board as to the reasons why. So how do we achieve this? Firstly, we understand the problem. And I know this is going to sound very, very basic for a lot of you, but we understand the problem. So starting from that problem first. We then start to organise some of these organisational priorities. So understanding not only what the problem is, but why it's a problem and what they're trying to achieve from it. Understanding constraints. So these can be anything from cost to the politics. Again, going into an organisation as a consultant, a lot of the times we have to navigate things like politics. We have to navigate their environments. We need to navigate various different things, like even the people. Some people, you know, all those personalities that you need to navigate. And when we start throwing in best practice, you're basically just creating a barrier and going, look, trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Then exploring the options. So once you understand what it is we're trying to achieve, I'm putting that towards then coming up with the different options. Now these you could go through and say best practice, etc., but not using the term best practice, going, cool, we can solve this, and this is a good option to go for because it meets our constraints, it meets our problem, it meets our goals. And suddenly that's a much more powerful story. And then as a team, deciding what solution to go for. And so this is then taking it from a solution-driven approach where we're going, all right, let's find best practice and implement that, to, okay, what are we trying to solve? Cool, we're going to implement something that's solving that problem. So to kind of quickly sum up, because I've been given the 1-minute warning, it's not about changing an entire way of working, but just changing our mindsets. To ban the term, and I ban the term best practice from all of my teams. If my teams are coming up to me talking about problems and they use the term best practice, I tell them to go away and come back to me when they've actually done that research and come back with an actual plan. And so it just starts with just banning those two terms, best practice. Thank you very much. There's my references, and thanks to the sponsors. And here is Don.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. All right, I'm just conscious we're at the end of the day. It's the afternoon, so we're going to try and do a very quick fire. My presentation today is a very lightweight type presentation. It's nice, it's brain candy, but it does have an important message in it. And that important message is about test automation, and one of the biggest blockers that most teams out there get wrong, and it's what's stopping your automation from being successful. Now I'm going to tell this story today about a naked emperor. Is there a naked emperor in your development team? It's a story that's 1,000 years old. It's been done in 100 different languages. Today you're going to get a very short, very Aussie sort of version of that, which is how I like things. And we'll fire through that. And as I'm doing that, put your thinking caps on and just think, what is this guy talking about? How the hell is this relating to test automation? See if you can piece it together, because I'll give you the answer at the end. Right, so before I kick off, I really want to thank the sponsors of the day. It's such a good day connecting with people, so many familiar faces in the audience. I hope you're all enjoying DDD. Make sure you thank the organisers. They volunteer and they spend a lot of time putting this thing together each year. And I'm proud to represent Planet. If you haven't seen us on the coffee cart, we're just around in the centre of the auditorium, and it's, I'd love to offer you a t-shirt, but they went in like an hour, hundreds and hundreds of t-shirts, but we can offer you a coffee. Right. Into the story. So the story's about an emperor. So this emperor is a vain bloke. He's very fixated on his looks. He thinks he's a good-looking rooster, but he always wants to look better than everyone else. Out in his empire, he's got these two great creators, or we'll call them developers, to give you a clue. And these guys are really good at making things. In fact, they're so good at making things, back in those days, they thought they were magicians. The emperor gets word of these guys and he says, look, brings them into his throne room, and he says, I want you to make me the most magnificent outfit ever made. Whatever I want to do, wherever I want to be, it needs to be a magical outfit that makes me look magnificent 24 hours a day. And these guys are like, they get locked away in a room, and they're thinking, okay, that's an interesting challenge we've got here. So they set about doing what they know. They build things. They set up machinery, they set up equipment, and they've got this continuous delivery fashion line which they're sort of creating. One small problem though, as they're locked away in this little dungeon area, we don't have any fabric to work with. What are we meant to do? And the Emperor says, well, you guys are so talented, you're so good at making things, you're practically magicians, I'm sure you'll work it out. And they're a bit puzzled, they're stressing, right? Because these guys are going to get their heads lopped off by this bloke when they show up with nothing. But they know he's equally vain and equally stupid, so they come up with an idea, because these are the smart guys in the story. 2 days pass, the Emperor brings them in and says, right, I've given you this challenge, show me what you've made for me, show me this magnificent outfit. They roll in a rack full of coat hangers with absolutely nothing on it. And they tell him, don't worry about it, we've built you this amazing outfit that's so spectacular, it's actually magical. Only people that are loyal to the Empire can see the clothes, right? It's sort of magical clothes. And the Emperor's like, okay, yeah, I can see them now. Yeah, they look spectacular, right? Because he doesn't want to be disloyal to his own empire. The guys aren't stupid though. I think, right, the moment the Emperor goes out of here, someone's going to tell him he's wearing nothing if he puts these things on, which is nothing, and we're going to be in a lot of trouble. So they tell him, why don't you go out in the town tomorrow, do a parade down the main street, and anyone that says anything, lop the heads off, because they're not loyal to the Empire. Emperor's right, cool, I got this. Next day, puts on the gear, goes out down the main street, thinking he's looking pretty good. He's all smiles and giggles. There's a few people in the crowd, as you can imagine, sort of a bit of murmuring, like, what is this guy doing? What's this idiot doing? He's wearing no clothes. You and I know he's completely starkers, right? He's wearing these magnificent clothes of absolutely nothing. No one says anything though, because no one wants to get their head lopped off, except for one guy, this guy. And in the story, this guy is me. And the reason is, this is the guy that doesn't care about all that stuff. He just calls out what he sees and he's going to tell it like it is. And he says, hang on, what's the Emperor doing with no clothes? Come on, mate, no one wants to see that. Get some bloody clothes on. And at that moment, the Emperor realises he's been made to look like a complete fool. These guys have really set him up for failure, and it's actually bloody embarrassing because he has nothing on. Cool story. What the hell's this got to do with test automation? Don't worry, I can see your faces. There's sort of like lots of furrowed brows out there. We'll get to it. So what's it got to do with test automation? Well, similar, if I look around the room here, we've got lots of great developers, right, in the community. We're really good at making things, creating things, but we're not magicians. Occasionally, you get an Emperor who will say, look, with test automation, can you guys just go set that thing up? I want some magical automated tests, please. I want them to run 24 hours a day, CI, CD, CX, CZ, whatever. They could ask for anything. And by the way, it should make my coffee as well. So they expect the impossible from the developers. Developers will do what they do. They'll go and get the latest frameworks and toolkits. They'll set it all up. They'll build the pipe. You've got the nice pipeline running. Beautiful. One problem. If you don't have fabric, what are you making? You're making nothing. It's similar to the story. Without the fabric, you've got a lot of machinery, a lot of time and expense put in, and you're making nothing. So what's the fabric? When you're building test automation, what is that? Well, it's in the word test, right? It's in the name. Without good tests, you've got nothing. So if you think about fabric, good thread count, right colour, right texture, durable, wearable, good quality characteristics. It's the same as your tests. Good tests are carefully crafted and targeted. They take a lot of thought to get the right tests, and they typically come from the mind of a tester. They need to be really well made. Great fabric, great garments. Great tests, great test automation. But how do you get the fabric? Well, fabric makers make fabric, and testers make tests. Okay? Testers are a special breed. And these days we are told, oh, but we're all cross-functional, we're all unicorns, right? So we're all full-stack devs, we all code like demons. I could run the agile rituals better than that seasoned Scrum Master, and I know more about product ownership than the product owner. And of course, we're all legendary testers, right? No, not so much. That's not reality, that's the textbook. The reality is, we all specialise. Those different roles are fundamentally different in terms of how you think, in terms of your career progression, the study, and the time you've put into them. So, I'll put it to you another way. Every tester out there has dabbled a little bit in coding, and there's a very small number of testers who are so good at coding, I'd say they're probably as good as developers. But I wouldn't then go out and say, hey, testers, you've all dabbled in coding, you're all now developers, go start writing our enterprise systems. You wouldn't do that. That would be ridiculous. So the reverse is also true. When the emperors ask developers and they say, look, you guys are amazing at coding, you should all be involved in testing. All good developers are, but we don't expect you to be professional testers because that's a different career path. It's different skills and it's a whole different background to life. So professional testers, if you've ever worked with one, they're a different breed. They think differently. They are magnets for errors. A normal person, choose my words. I'm a tester, right? So I'll go with that. They might think of five things that could go wrong. A tester will tell you 101 things that will go wrong. They're fixated on breaking things, not making things. It's a completely different mindset. In an interview, I can tell you within 2 or 3 questions whether someone's a developer or a tester by how they answer those questions. Whatever they think they might be, it's quite evident. Brains work differently. They've also spent years training in their profession, learning skills, techniques, getting certifications in testing, specifically for testing, to create that great fabric or tests. It's a point that emperors often miss. Now remember the guy in the story? Well, in the world of test automation, that's me. I'm not a developer, but I do get the privilege of working with development teams right across Perth. And they open their doors and we see the automation that's being produced. And while some shops are doing an incredible job, they're creating great automation, and it's a beautiful thing when you see it. I'd say the majority, or many of them, have emperors in the establishment who are spending a lot of money and expense putting together toolkits, spending a lot of time building stuff that amounts to a whole lot of nothing, if I'm being frank, because they don't have the fabric. So, what are the 2 lessons, 2 takeaways from today? How to spot a naked emperor, and how to avoid being one yourself. Like, don't be that guy that asks people to do the impossible. Well, firstly, professional testers make the great tests, and that's where you get your great test automation. It's a key ingredient that's often missing, and that's the point of the talk. So if you want to spot a naked emperor, it's someone that's asking developers to do things with no fabric. And the second thing is, if you're working in an environment where you're not getting that great fabric, don't be afraid to be that guy that just calls it out. Because without that, people are going to continue murmuring in the crowd and nodding and pretending like, yeah, we're doing great with automation. We've got 5,000 tests done, and it's a whole lot of nothing. What that does is it leaves you exposed, and that is bloody embarrassing. So if you're looking to make software better, two tips from today. I hope you remember them, and I'm happy to have discussions afterwards. But hopefully that's been lightweight and entertaining as I promised. Thank you very much for coming along. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you, Brendan. That is the last of our talks. Yeah, what a good one to finish on. Nice mental images for us today. Yeah, thanks. Everybody, we are done in this room. Thanks to everyone who's enjoyed a session in this room today. It's been wonderful having you. You've now got afternoon tea, followed by your lock note over in the main theatre. And yeah, wish you all a very safe and pleasant afternoon and evening.